Chapter 3477. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound exploded in Qin Feiyang's body, as if a door was opened. Following that, a terrifying battle intent roared out from his body. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's aura soared. In just an instant, he stepped into the perfect dominator realm. Swish. The moment he stepped into the perfect dominator realm, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, which were burning with uncontrollable battle intent. I finally comprehended the fifth profound, the fifth level battle intent. Qin Feiyang was excited. The law profound was really too difficult. If he wasn't lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the destruction law, even if he comprehended the fifth profound of the war law, he would still be a great success dominator. In other words, it took him a long time to comprehend the fifth profound of the war law. Because the last time he comprehended the slaughter law, it was before the war with the Blood Hall. However, it was different now. He grasped the two supreme profound of the two supreme laws and had the perfect dominator realm cultivation. Facing those ordinary perfect dominators, he had the ability to crush them. Even if it was an expert like Wang Changyuan, he could still fight if he tried his best. Because Wang Changyuan only grasped the supreme profound of the ordinary laws. Swish. Qin Feiyang retracted his aura, stood up, and instantly appeared outside the ancient castle. The Devil's Land was still as cold and cheerless as before. Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu were nowhere to be seen. The white-eyed wolf was in the Devil's Land, but it was still the same, lying on a branch of the fortune tree, eating spirit fruits while drinking unparalleled divine brew. There was no one else who knew how to enjoy life more than it. You're out? The battle intent that appeared just now was yours, right? Not bad, not bad, you broke through to the perfect dominator realm so quickly. Work harder. When you step into the perfect dominator realm, those dragons, princesses, and princes will all be ants. The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth and threw a pot of unparalleled divine brew to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught the wine pot and shook his head with a smile. No matter how good the divine brew was, it wasn't as comfortable as a cup of tea. However, at this moment, it was indeed worth celebrating. For others, stepping into the perfect dominator realm was nothing worth celebrating. Only stepping into the perfect dominator realm was the most glorious moment. But he was different. He had mastered the supreme profundities of two supreme laws. Stepping into the peak dominator realm was equivalent to stepping into the peak of the sky cloud realm. Opening the wine pot, Qin Feiyang raised his head and drank a mouthful. He smiled and said, I wonder how senior brother Lunatic is doing now. Him? He's definitely not making any progress. The white-eyed wolf pouted. Stay where we are? Qin Feiyang was astonished. He smiled bitterly and said, do you not understand the situation? He is now cultivating in a time array that lasts 5,000 years a day. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, his expression froze. He had really forgotten about this. 2 months had passed, which was 60,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, and 300,000 years in Sky Cloud Island's time array. Given the madman's perception and the little rabbit's guidance, he might have already comprehended a supreme profound meaning and become a peak dominator. No. He might even be a peak dominator. With the madman's ability and the little rabbit's help, comprehending the light law, war law, or darkness law's fifth profound meaning wouldn't be difficult. No. I have to work hard as well. The white-eyed wolf got up and jumped in front of Qin Feiyang. He asked, what kind of law do the followers of the first prince have mastered? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then you should quickly ask Elder Hua. The white-eyed wolf urged. If the dragon's first prince's 4 followers all mastered supreme laws, and none of them were white-eyed wolves, then it would be great. Stepping into the peak dominator realm would be a matter of minutes. What's the rush? In the past, I didn't know about the existence of the dragons, so it was a bit of a headache. Should I start with the Sky Hall or the Deities Hall? But now, with the appearance of the dragons, is there a need to worry about not finding a target? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Of course, I understand this logic. I just want to quickly integrate the 6 types of laws and step into the peak dominator realm, lest that little lunatic comes back and acts cool in front of us. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. We are all on the same side. Does it matter? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Of course. I don't like to see people act cool in front of me, including you. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He laughed and said, the key is that I am indeed stronger than you now. So what if you have mastered the 4 supreme laws? My cultivation is higher than yours. Just the supreme laws of karma alone can crush you. Look, look, look. How shameless. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with disdain. Buzz. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's divine voice transmission stone vibrated. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He took out the divine voice transmission stone. Is it Elder Hua? The white-eyed wolf asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and activated the divine voice transmission stone. Elder Hua's shadow immediately appeared. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Elder Hua laughed and said, after 2 months of hard work by Xiao Yun, we have finally settled the first prince of the dragons. Settled? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. Could it be that Chu Yun had assassinated the first prince of the dragons? That would save them a lot of trouble. Elder Hua said, Xiao Yun has gradually gained the trust of the first prince of the dragons and found out about his interests and hobbies. Interests and hobbies? The corners of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's mouths twitched. After all this time, they had thought too much. However, to be able to make someone as capable as Chu Yun spend 2 months to find out his interests and hobbies, this first prince of the dragons was really cautious. What interests and hobbies does he have? Beautiful women, good wine? The white-eyed wolf was curious. None of those. You definitely wouldn't have thought of it. Elder Hua smiled mysteriously. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He waved his claws impatiently and said, just tell me what it is. Don't keep me in suspense. Elder Hua chuckled and said, his interests and hobbies are similar to Qin Feiyang's. Similar to little Qin Zi's? The white-eyed wolf glanced at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. He didn't seem to have any interests and hobbies, right? Suddenly, he looked at Elder Hua and asked, tea tasting? Yes. Other than tea tasting, he also likes to listen to books. He can be considered an elegant young man. Elder Hua chuckled. Tea tasting, listening to books, Qin Feiyang muttered. His eyes flashed as he asked, is there a storytelling place in Cloud Sea City? I don't usually pay attention to it. But I heard that there are such places. But they are basically small tea houses, taverns, and so on. Elder Hua nodded. Then let's set a trap. Qin Feiyang said. The trap has been set. Elder Hua chuckled. It has been set? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, where is it? A small tea house called Tea Tasting House. I heard from Xiao Yun that this first prince of the dragons invited her to Tea Tasting House tomorrow morning to drink tea and listen to books. Elder Hua said. Chu Yun is quite amazing. Qin Feiyang smiled in surprise. Of course. Elder Hua raised his head proudly. What are you so proud of? Obviously, this has nothing to do with you. It's all Chu Yun's credit. You're just a person who enjoys the fruits of others' labor. The white-eyed wolf looked down on him. The corner of Elder Hua's mouth twitched. Can you save some face for me? Qin Feiyang asked, are you sure it's the first prince of the dragons who invited Chu Yun and not the other way around? I'm sure. Xiao Yun found out about his interests and hobbies, so she casually mentioned that there are some small tea houses and storytellers in Cloud Sea City. In the beginning, the first prince didn't show much interest. But not long ago, perhaps because he was bored, he suddenly sent a message to Xiao Yun and asked her to bring him to Cloud Sea City tomorrow. Elder Hua chuckled. It's been 2 months, and there's still no news from me. I think he's really bored. Alright, I'll go to tea tasting house tomorrow. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then be careful. Also, don't drag Xiaoyun into this. Elder Hua warned and turned off the divine voice stone. Tea tasting house, the white-eyed wolf muttered. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What's your plan?" Qin Feiyang smiled, "I have a plan in mind. You stay in the Black Tortoise world for now, so as to avoid arousing suspicion if I bring you along. I'll go out and prepare." "That's strange. Why would others be suspicious if you bring me along?" The white-eyed wolf raised his brows. "Because you're a wolf." As soon as Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he instantly vanished without a trace. "A wolf?" The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and said angrily, "Bastard, I've already transformed, okay? If it really doesn't work, I can still transform into a human. Although I'm a little unwilling, I'm willing to suffer for the sake of seizing the energy of the laws." No one knew what he was thinking, but in his eyes, transforming into a human was a very shameful thing. For the rest of the day, the white-eyed wolf didn't know where Qin Feiyang went, nor did he know what Qin Feiyang did. The next day, early in the morning, a man and a woman arrived outside the northern part of Ocean of Cloud City. The man wore a gorgeous golden robe, had a tall figure, an imposing appearance, and an extraordinary bearing. He stood out amongst the crowd like a crane amongst chickens. The woman wore a light violet dress. She had an exquisite figure, jet black hair that flowed down like a waterfall, and a world-shocking appearance that could charm all living beings. This man and woman were Chu Yun and the first prince of the Dragon clan. There was a wide path outside the city gates, and 4 figures appeared when they were about to enter the path. They swiftly caught up to Chu Yun and the first prince. Surprisingly, the robust man who'd flaunted his strength before Elder Hua and the others 2 months ago was amongst them. As for the other 3, they were an old man in a golden robe, an old woman in a golden robe, and a thin middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. Obviously, they were the 4 followers of the first prince of the dragons. "Why are all of you here as well?" The first prince of the dragons stopped when he sensed their auras, and he turned around to gaze at them with a puzzled expression. "We thought about it and felt worried, so we came to accompany you." The old woman in a golden robe spoke with a hoarse voice. End of this chapter. Chapter 3478. What's there to worry about? The first prince of the dragons couldn't help but laugh. Didn't Qin Feiyang and the others appear in Cloud Sea City last time? We're worried that they might still be lurking in the city. What if they see us? The golden-robed old woman was deeply worried. At the same time, she felt indignant. What kind of world was this? A mere Qin Feiyang had actually made the dragons tremble in fear and tread on thin ice. If news of this spread to the other 3 forbidden areas, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Qin Feiyang. The first prince of the dragons was still elegant just a moment ago, but when he heard the name Qin Feiyang, he instantly seemed like a different person, and the space between his brows was filled with hostility. The old woman's heart shook, and she hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I shouldn't have mentioned that person." "Since you know you shouldn't have mentioned it, then why did you mention it?" A cold light flickered in the first prince of the dragon's eyes. "I'm sorry." The old woman lowered her head, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes. Phew. The first prince of the dragon race took a deep breath and turned to look at the golden-robed old woman. He sighed and said, "I should be the one apologizing to you. I shouldn't have vented my anger on you because of Qin Feiyang." A wisp of surprise flashed through Chu Yun's eyes. This person actually lowered his head and apologized. How unexpected. She glanced at the old woman and the others, and her eyes flickered slightly. She looked at the first prince of the dragons and smiled, "Your Highness, why don't you not go?" "Why?" The first prince of the dragons looked at her suspiciously. "We're almost at the city gate, why don't we go?" Their apprehensions are reasonable. What if Qin Feiyang is really lurking in Cloud Sea City? There's still plenty of time in the future. Once we get rid of Qin Feiyang, I'll accompany you to Cloud Sea City. Chu Yun smiled. The first prince raised his brows and asked, do you also think that I'm afraid of Qin Feiyang? No, no. Chu Yun hurriedly waved her hand and explained, how can a mere Qin Feiyang threaten your highness? I'm just taking precautions. The first prince sized up Chu Yun and remained silent. Chu Yun also looked a little flustered. In fact, this was a provocation. After this period of contact, she had a new understanding of the first prince of the dragons. Although he usually looked calm and aloof from worldly affairs, he actually had a competitive heart in his heart. In other words, the more he tried to stop the first prince from going to Ocean of Cloud City, the more he wanted to go. He didn't want others to think that he was afraid of Qin Feiyang. As expected. The first prince of the dragons was silent for a moment, then he smiled and said, it's fine, we're just going to take a look and experience the local customs here. Besides, I grew up in the dragon's nest, so I know almost nothing about the human world. You humans have a good saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. Going out and taking a look will be good for dealing with Qin Feiyang later. But... Chu Yun frowned and looked at the golden-robed old woman and the others. The four of them had helpless expressions on their faces. No buts. It's decided then. Besides, so what if Qin Feiyang is lurking in Ocean of Cloud City? There are so many humans in Ocean of Cloud City. Would he dare to make a move in Ocean of Cloud City? If he dares to make a move, then blood will flow like rivers and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. At that time, he will incur the wrath of both humans and gods. We dragons won't even have to say anything. You humans will organize yourselves to hunt him down. I don't believe that he hasn't thought of that. The first prince of the dragons sneered. That makes sense. Chu Yun nodded when she heard this. This person was quite smart. Besides, both of us have sovereign divine weapons. It won't be so easy for him to kill me. The first prince of the dragons smiled confidently. Chu Yun pretended to ponder deeply for a moment, and then she gazed at the golden-robed old woman and the others and said helplessly, since His Highness has made up his mind, then we'll accompany him. In other words, she tried to persuade him, but it was useless. At that time, if any mishap really occurred, then they couldn't push the blame onto her. The four of them exchanged glances, and they felt quite helpless as well. The old man gazed at the first prince and spoke with a hoarse voice, since His Highness wants to go, then go. However, I have a small request. Go ahead. The first prince gazed at the old man, and he'd recovered his elegant appearance. We have to follow you throughout the journey. Moreover, we have to change our appearances so as to avoid causing a commotion. After all, Miss Chu Yun is the Vice Hall Master of the Devil Palace. Many people know her. The old man spoke. Exactly. Even though the humans don't know us, they know Chu Yun. A dignified Vice Hall Master of the Devil Palace accompanying us on a stroll would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. The golden-robed old woman nodded in agreement. All of you are being too careful. The first prince of the dragons looked at the two of them speechlessly. Chu Yun chuckled, it's better to be safe than sorry. I also agree with their suggestion. All right. The first prince of the dragons nodded. Thus, the group of people changed their appearances and suppressed their cultivation. They looked as ordinary as they could be. Then, they walked towards the city gate. At the same time. East City, outskirts. A young man walked alone on a wide street. On both sides of the street, there were trees. As it was the outskirts, there were very few people on the street. There were independent courtyards on both sides, making it seem extremely quiet. The young man wore a fitting black robe. He looked very ordinary, and his body was neither fat nor thin. He held a folding fan in his hand and had the temperament of a refined scholar. Buzz. Suddenly. The voice of the divine sound transmission stone sounded. The black-robed young man was stunned. He scanned his surroundings and entered an empty alley, instantly disappearing without a trace. Then, He took out the divine sound transmission stone. The image of an old man in fiery clothes appeared. Looking at your attire, you must be preparing to enter the city. The old man asked with a smile. That's right. The black-robed young man was Qin Feiyang in disguise. The old man was Elder Hua. I'm not preparing to enter the city. I'm already in the city. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile. Pretty quick. Let me tell you in advance, Xiaoyun also has a sovereign divine weapon. Elder Hua warned. She also has a sovereign divine weapon? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. That's right. This is what Xiaoyun requested. It can be considered as pleasing the first prince of the dragons and ensuring his safety. At that time, even if an accident happens, I believe the first prince won't know that we are in cahoots. Elder Hua smiled. Smart. All right, leave the rest to me. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the divine sound transmission stone. After a moment of silence, he left the Black Tortoise realm and appeared in the alley. He had inquired about the tea house yesterday. It was located in a secluded corner of the East City. However, it wasn't a small tea house as Elder Hua had mentioned. It was a rather famous tea house. It was quite big, but it was a bit far away. However, although it was far away, it had its own unique scenery. It was said that when the scholars of Cloud Sea City gathered, they would choose to go to the tea house. It was because it was very quiet. Moreover, it was said that the tea house had a type of top-grade tea called the Longjing Du. It was highly praised by tea lovers. For Qin Feiyang, who loved tea, he naturally didn't want to miss out on it. At this moment, the alley he was in wasn't far from the tea house. It was just 2 streets away. I'm really looking forward to it. Qin Feiyang muttered. He waved his fan and walked out of the alley and down the street. The person he was looking forward to wasn't the first prince of the dragons, but the son of the ice dragon. In other words, the current god's son of the dragons. He could ignore anyone else, but the son of the ice dragon. Because the son of the ice dragon wasn't just an opponent, but a man he admired. Very soon, Qin Feiyang saw a courtyard with a unique style. The reason why it was unique was that the other courtyards were surrounded by walls, but this courtyard was replaced by a row of bamboo railings. The 1-meter-high bamboo railings surrounded the courtyard. Inside the bamboo railings, there were tough and tall bamboos planted, forming a verdant bamboo forest with luxuriant branches and leaves. As the breeze blew, the bamboo leaves rustled. There were also all kinds of small birds on top of it, chirping as if they were singing a beautiful song. Through the bamboo forest, one could see that there were hundreds of flowers blooming and colorful butterflies flying inside. There was even a burst of beautiful zither music coming from the courtyard. There's someone playing the zither? Qin Feiyang was stunned and went around to the gate of the courtyard. The gate was also antique. There were 2 pools on both sides. In the center of the pool stood a 1-meter-high rockery. Clear spring water flowed out. On the door frame, there were also vines wrapped around it. There were gorgeous flowers blooming, and a few butterflies were dancing on the flowers. Right above, there was a wooden plaque with 3 beautiful words engraved on it. Tea Tasting House. The gate was completely open. Standing outside the gate, one could clearly see the scene inside. After entering the gate, there were 3 winding paths that led into the courtyard. After entering, there were roads in all directions. There were small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and terraces, piecing together an extremely beautiful scene. In the various pavilions and terraces, there were quite a few people sitting at the moment. There were men and women, old and young. Some sat alone, some sat with 3 or 4 friends. But without exception, all of them appeared refined and courteous. They drank tea as they chatted, and their voices were intentionally lowered slightly. Inside, there was a 3-story tea house. The exterior of the tea house was classic and elegant. There were many potted plants, lush trees, blooming flowers, and pleasant zither music coming out of the tea house. It was like a slowly flowing stream, making people immerse themselves in it and let go of their worries to enjoy this moment of peace. Young master, please come in. Just as Qin Feiyang was observing the tea tasting house, a woman in a red dress about 18 or 19 years old walked lightly to Qin Feiyang with a standard smile on her face. Okay. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, looked at the woman in the red dress, nodded with a smile, and then followed the woman into the courtyard. The fragrance of the tea and flowers immediately came to his nose. The woman in the red dress was quite sweet. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Young master, you look a bit unfamiliar. You must be here for the first time." "Yes. I heard that the tea tasting house has a kind of superb tea called Longjing, so I came to try it." Qin Feiyang waved his folding fan, showed a standard smile, and nodded in response. Chapter 3479. The woman in the red dress smiled gently and said, "Young master, you really came at the right time today." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The woman in the red dress smiled and said, "Early this morning, we just picked a caddy of new Longjing tea. Since young master loves tea, you should naturally know that freshly picked tea leaves are the most abundant in spirit energy. In that case, I really came at the right time." Qin Feiyang smiled. Actually, in his heart, he didn't really look forward to this so-called Longjing tea. Because until now, he had never encountered a tea better than the heavenly immortal dew. Perhaps it was because he was already used to the taste of the heavenly immortal dew, and coupled with the fact that it was personally cultivated by the fire lotus, he had a special liking for it. Suddenly, the woman in the red dress stopped in her tracks, glanced around, and asked, "Young master, are you alone?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then do you want to sit outside or inside?" the woman in the red dress asked. Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding pavilions and buildings, and then he looked at the innermost tea house. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Where would the first prince of the dragons sit when he came? Drinking tea was only secondary to him coming here. His main purpose was to deal with the first prince of the dragons. Logically speaking, with the first prince of the dragons' identity and status, he would definitely sit in the tea house or even find a quiet private room. When Qin Feiyang thought of this, he looked up at the woman in the red dress and asked, "Do you have a private room here?" "Yes." The woman in the red dress nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered again. No. The first prince of the dragon's hobby was to drink tea and listen to books. Since that was the case, he should sit closest to the storyteller. Moreover, this time, the first prince of the dragons was accompanied by Chu Yun. Chu Yun was the vice hall master of the demon palace and had a noble status. Once someone saw her, it would definitely cause a commotion. Moreover, these people were afraid that he would hide in Cloud Sea City, so they would definitely change their appearances and keep a low profile. So, the place where the first prince of the dragons would not be a private room. "Young master?" The red-dressed woman couldn't help but ask when she saw that Qin Feiyang had remained silent for a long time. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Didn't you say that your tea-tasting house has storytellers? Why didn't I see him?" "It hasn't started yet." The woman in red smiled. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly nodded and said with a smile, "I'm a person who likes to listen to stories. May I ask, where do you usually tell stories?" The woman in the red dress smiled and pointed at the center of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a pavilion standing there. There was a stone table and a chair, but there was no one in the pavilion. "That is the place that our tea-tasting house specially prepared for storytellers," the woman in red said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked around the pavilion and found a row of private seats on the east side. There were a total of 2 seats with flower railings on both sides. There was also a small stream flowing by the side. He smiled and said, "Then I'll sit there." "Okay." The woman in red led Qin Feiyang to the side of the private seat and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment. I'll serve you tea." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. He sat in a private seat and looked at the guests around him. This place was really good. It had a quiet atmosphere, and the courtyard was filled with the fragrance of tea and flowers. There was also the lingering sound of the zither. It could be said that this was a place that many people yearned for. After a while, the woman in red came over with a jade plate. The jade plate was crystal clear, and a set of exquisite tea set was placed on it. The woman in red put the jade plate on the table, took out the tea set one by one, and then opened a teapot the size of a baby's palm. The teapot was made of high-quality jade and engraved with exquisite patterns. The moment the teapot was opened, the fragrance of tea suddenly rushed to his face. Smelling this fragrance, Qin Feiyang's eyes immediately lit up. He looked down and saw 3 tea leaves lying quietly in the teapot. That's right. There were only 3 of them. Each of them was only the size of a thumb. They were as beautiful as white jade, glowing with a hazy divine light and full of spiritual energy. They were like the petals of the Tianshan snow lotus, with a pure aura. This is the jade Dulongjing? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. The fragrance of this tea seemed to be much purer than the heavenly fairy dew. That's right. The jade Dulongjing, also known as the white jade dew, is white and flawless, noble and sacred, known as the king of tea. The woman in red smiled faintly, then took out 3 tea leaves and began to make tea. Her gentle and elegant movements were extremely pleasing to the eye. White jade dew, the king of tea. Originally, Qin Feiyang was not very interested. However, when he saw the tea leaves, he could not help but look forward to it. About 100 breaths later, the woman in red finally finished making tea. She poured a cup of tea from the teapot and gently pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang. She said with a smile, "Young master, try it." Qin Feiyang put down the folding fan and picked up the teacup. He first smelled it. The fragrance of the tea was not very strong, but it was all-pervasive, stimulating his sense of smell and taste buds. Then, he put it to his mouth and gently tasted it. The taste was mellow and the concentration of the tea was just right. There seemed to be the smell of morning dew flowing in the heart, making one feel as if they were in the middle of the green mountains and clear waters in the morning, breathing in the fresh air and feeling the vitality everywhere, as well as the aura of the morning sun that sprinkled down. In particular, the spiritual energy in the tea leaves was like dew, nourishing every cell in the body, making people forget their worries and fatigue and full of vitality. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang could not help but close his eyes and carefully taste every drop of tea. When he opened his eyes again, he repeatedly praised it. To be praised by him like this, it was naturally quite good. "Young master, are you satisfied?" the woman in red asked with a smile. "Isn't this obvious?" Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, took another sip, and said, "This tea can indeed be called the king of teas, but..." "But what?" The woman in red was stunned and hurriedly asked. "Wine is divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The god of wine is the divine brew, and so is tea. Although this dew dragon well is the king of teas, it seems that there is still a distance between it and the divine tea. To tell you the truth, I don't have any hobbies in my life, only tasting tea. So my greatest wish is to taste a cup of the legendary divine tea in my lifetime." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "In your lifetime?" The woman in red was stunned. She shook her head and said with a smile, "Young master is so young, but you can actually say such words of vicissitudes. It really surprises me." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Otherwise, why do people always say that only old people drink tea? Don't ordinary young people drink wine? Besides, I just look a little younger. In fact, I am an old antique who has lived for countless years." On this point, he was not exaggerating at all. According to the time in the black tortoise world, he was an old antique who had lived for at least 10 million years. "Young master must be joking." The woman in red waved her hand and said with a smile, "Divine tea, I have indeed heard of it, but this thing is something that can only be found by chance. It is even more precious than divine brew." "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone around him liked to drink wine, but he was the only one who liked to drink tea. Therefore, other than Fire Lotus, the others were especially interested in wine. The woman in red picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Qin Feiyang. She smiled and said, "All right then, young master, please enjoy your tea. I will go and entertain the other guests. If you need anything, please let me know." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at the tea house and asked, "Who is this girl playing the zither?" "Girl?" The woman in red was stunned. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in red's reaction. "Was it not a girl?" The woman in red smiled and said, "The one playing the zither is my young master, but my young master never sees guests, so please forgive me." "Huh? It's a man playing the zither?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was really a bit unexpected. "Young master, please enjoy." The woman in red did not say anything more, turned around, and left quickly. "I thought the owner of the tea house was a woman. I didn't expect it to be a man." Qin Feiyang held the teacup and shook his head with a smile. However, a man who played the zither so well and was also proficient in tea ceremony was quite rare. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the zither, time passed by quietly. During this period, there would be people entering the tea house every few days. They were all gentle and polite. About half an hour later, another group of people came to the entrance of the tea house. There were a total of 6 people. The leader was a man and a woman. Both of them looked ordinary and had an ordinary temperament. They were the kind of existence that no one would look at if they were placed in a crowd. However, the other 4 people behind the 2 of them followed closely behind them. To be exact, they followed the young man. If one observed carefully, they would find that there was a trace of vigilance between their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to the people who entered the tea house. If the first prince of the dragons had really changed his appearance, then he must pay careful attention. When the 6 people appeared, he looked up. At first, he did not pay too much attention to them, but when he saw the vigilance of the 4 people behind the man and woman, his heart suddenly trembled. Chu Yun, the first prince of the dragons, for followers, a total of 6 people. And now, this group of people happened to be 6 people. Combined with the expressions of the 4 people behind them, it was obvious that they were like little followers. It was very likely that it was them. Moreover, when he saw the young man, a familiar sense of disgust suddenly rose in his heart. That's right. It was the first prince of the dragons. Even if he had changed his appearance, the disgust and rejection from the depths of his soul could never be cut off. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression changed slightly. After calculating so much, he only missed this point. When 2 people who had opened the eye of heaven met, they would have a sense of rejection. In other words, not only would he reject the first prince of the dragons, but the first prince of the dragons would also reject him. If this was seen by the first prince of the dragons, he would immediately see through his identity. White-eyed wolf, the situation has changed. Quickly change into my current appearance and come out to replace me. Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. Chapter 3480. How troublesome. The white-eyed wolf was drinking in the devil's land. When he heard Qin Feiyang's voice, he put down the wine pot and transformed into Qin Feiyang. All right. Then, he transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he instantly disappeared without a trace. And at the same time, the white-eyed wolf appeared in the private room. At this moment, the first prince of the dragons, who was standing outside the door, looked towards the courtyard and glanced at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf was very calm. However, Qin Feiyang, who was in the black tortoise realm, saw this scene through the void and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise, his identity would have been exposed. Tell me, what's the situation? The white-eyed wolf whispered. He didn't pay attention to what was happening outside, so he was still a little confused. The 6 people standing outside the door are Chu Yun, the first prince of the dragons, and the 4 followers. And before, I ignored the rejection and disgust between me and the first prince of the dragons. So, I need you to act outside, but I will keep an eye on the situation outside. When the time comes, you just have to listen to me. Qin Feiyang explained to him through voice transmission. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf looked at Chu Yun and the others outside the door, and a light flashed in his eyes. And at this moment, when the woman in the red dress saw the first prince of the dragons and the others, she immediately went up to them and said with a smile, "Welcome to the tea house, young master and young Mississippi." The young man retracted his gaze and nodded with a smile at the woman in the red dress. Then, he looked at Chu Yun and nodded with satisfaction. "This place is not bad. As long as you like it." Chu Yun smiled. At the same time, she also seemed to be consciously or unconsciously scanning the people in the courtyard, as if she was observing something. The woman in the red dress retreated to the side and said with a smile, "Please come in. Do you want to go to the tea house inside, or just sit outside? Is there a private room?" A follower behind the young man asked. He looked at the people in the courtyard with a trace of disgust. Qin Feiyang could clearly see the look of disgust on their faces, which made him even more certain of their identities. "There's one in the private room. And there's also the Longjing that was just harvested this morning." The woman in the red dress smiled. "Jade Du Dragon, well," the first prince of the dragons muttered with a smile, "sounds good, but don't disappoint me." "That won't happen. I guarantee that young master will come in high spirits and return in high spirits." The woman in red said with a smile. "Lead the way." The first prince of the dragons smiled. "Young master, please follow me." The woman in the red dress nodded. Then, she turned around and led them toward the tea house. Are they going to the tea house? Could it be that my conjecture is also wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and could not help but frown. However, just as the group was about to enter the tea house, the first prince of the dragons suddenly stopped. He looked at the woman in the red dress and asked, "I heard that you have a storyteller here?" "Yes." The woman in the red dress nodded. The first prince of the dragons asked, "Then where is he telling stories?" "It's in that pavilion." The woman in the red dress turned around and pointed at the pavilion in the middle. "I see." The first prince of the dragons nodded in realization. He glanced at the courtyard and said with a smile, "Then let's not go to the private room. We'll just sit outside. There's a row of private rooms on the south side. Let's sit there." Cough, cough. Hearing this, Chu Yun immediately coughed and said in a low voice, "It's not safe outside." The four followers also looked at the first prince of the dragons with opposing gazes. "It's just drinking tea and listening to books. What's so unsafe about it?" The first prince of the dragons secretly smiled and walked straight to the private room on the south side. Chu Yun and the four followers looked at each other and followed him with a helpless expression. "Don't send a message to Chu Yun, lest you reveal any flaws." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he secretly sent a voice transmission to the white-eyed wolf. "Okay." The white-eyed wolf nodded slightly. He looked at the teacup on the table and couldn't help but pout. Was this divine brew tasty? He picked up the teacup and tasted it. He felt that it was tasteless. How about, take out a whole pot? Qin Feiyang had been in seclusion in the Black Tortoise world for 60,000 years. During these 60,000 years, Zhao Si and the others had already brewed many unparalleled divine brews. The white-eyed wolf naturally wouldn't be polite. He directly asked Zhao Si for a few thousand jars. "What do you want?" "Let me tell you, if you want to drink now, hold it in." Qin Feiyang noticed the white-eyed wolf's phenomenon in the Black Tortoise world and immediately shouted. I know, so long-winded." The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with displeasure when he heard this. He glanced at the private room on the south side. Chu Yun and the first prince of the dragons were sitting opposite each other. The four followers stood respectfully at the side. When the woman in the red dress saw this, she also had a thoughtful look in her eyes. There were at least 800 people coming and going every day in the tea house, if not 1,000. She could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. Looking at the situation, it was not difficult to judge that although this man and woman looked very ordinary on the surface, they definitely had a great background. She naturally didn't dare to neglect such people, so she quickly brought the dew dragon well over. After tasting the dew dragon well for the first time, the first prince of the dragons was also surprised. It seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Not bad. Chu Yun nodded and smiled. I'm sure. The first prince of the dragons nodded. He looked at Chu Yun and asked, have you never been to such a good place before? Chu Yun was slightly stunned. She shook her head and sighed, there are a lot of things waiting for me to deal with every day. How could I have the time to come to such a place? It's all thanks to your highness that I'm fortunate enough to come here. That's true. After all, it's such a big demon palace. But I really admire you. A woman actually cares about so many things. The first prince of the dragons chuckled. There's nothing I can do. Who asked me to have a teacher who only wants to be a carefree crane? Chu Yun smiled bitterly. The first prince of the dragons smiled and turned to look around. He saw the white-eyed wolf again, but he didn't care. Then, he drank tea and chatted with Chu Yun. The white-eyed wolf looked at the first prince of the dragons and muttered, this little gaze, do you have any thoughts about my Yun? Who cares if he has any thoughts? Anyway, don't act recklessly. Seeing the white-eyed wolf outside alone, Qin Feiyang was a little worried. However, he really couldn't go out now. Time quietly passed. About an hour later, the sound of the zither finally disappeared. Not long after, an old man with a white beard walked out of the tea house. He looked like an immortal as he walked straight into the pavilion in the center. Old man Bai, what interesting story are you going to tell today? In a pavilion not far away, a young man in white looked at the white-bearded old man and asked with a smile. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf, Chu Yun, and the first prince of the dragons all looked at the white-bearded old man. They saw that this old man was the storyteller of the tea house. Hee hee. The white-bearded old man laughed hoarsely. He stood in front of the stone table and looked around. He smiled and said, today, I'm going to tell you about Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the winged golden wolf. Winged golden wolf? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. Was he talking about it? Thinking about it carefully, it did have golden wings on its back. You're still talking about them? Aren't you tired? Someone laughed. The white-bearded old man chuckled and said, it's not tiring to tell a good story. If you feel tired listening to it, then I'll change the story. Don't. Is there any story in the Eastern continent that is more exciting than theirs? Let's talk about them. Someone quickly said. This was indeed not an exaggeration. Now, not to mention the Eastern continent, the most talked about people in the entire Skycloud realm were Qin Feiyang and the others. Okay. Yesterday, we talked about how Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the winged golden wolf joined forces with the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to go to the Western continent and destroy the Blood Hall, removing it from the Skycloud realm. This is really a shocking feat. Then today, let's talk about why Qin Feiyang, the Demon Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance suddenly fell out with each other. The white-bearded old man put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone calmly. Tell us quickly. Don't keep us in suspense. Why? Someone urged. The first prince of the dragons held a teacup and drank the Longjing tea while looking at the white-bearded old man with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Of course, he knew. The Demon Palace fell out with Qin Feiyang because of a conflict of interest. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance fell out with Qin Feiyang because of the greed of the three giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. However, these were all secrets and not many people knew about it. He wanted to see what kind of story this old man could come up with. There are only two reasons for falling out. First, benefits. Second, their ideals are different. First, let's talk about benefits. In fact, the destruction of the Blood Hall didn't benefit Qin Feiyang and the others much. Because everyone knows that Qin Feiyang has a grudge against the Blood Hall, and he went there purely for revenge. Therefore, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance benefited the most from that battle. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance entered the Western Continent and became the ruler of the Western Continent, becoming a super force comparable to the Demon Palace, Sky Palace, and Deity Palace in one fell swoop. As for the Demon Palace, they finally gained control of the entire Eastern Continent because of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's withdrawal. This outcome can be said to be a happy ending for everyone. However, just after Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared for a period of time, they reappeared and fell out with the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. From the looks of it, this isn't a conflict because of benefits. Because if it was because of benefits, they wouldn't have waited until today to fall out. Everyone, do you think what I said makes sense? After the white-bearded old man finished speaking, he looked at everyone and asked with a smile. It makes sense. Someone nodded and smiled. Let's talk about their ideals. As a major force, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance must pay attention to resources, status, and ruling power. As for Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo, they are not part of a power. Instead, they are like many of us. For the sake of living, for the sake of survival, they are striving and working hard. What they pursue is freedom, carefreeness, and carefreeness. They want to continuously surpass their limits and achieve their goals. So, in terms of ideology, they are completely at odds. The white-bearded old man chuckled. Chapter 3481. The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang, who were in the Black Tortoise realm, were surprised by the white-bearded old man's words. What he said really seemed to be the case. Because that was what they were after. Freedom, chic, and breaking through their own limits. Although it was a storyteller, it was quite accurate. The first prince of the dragon's eyes flashed and he asked with a smile, "Old man, do you know Qin Feiyang and the others?" "Of course not." The white-bearded old man looked at the first prince of the dragons and shook his head with a smile. The first prince of the dragons asked, "Then how do you know that they are after these things?" The white-bearded old man laughed with a hoarse voice. "It's a story. This old man is happy to tell it. Little brother, it's fine as long as you are happy to hear it. Why take it so seriously?" "All right." The first prince of the dragons shook his head with a smile. He was indeed taking it too seriously. Someone asked, "So, they fell out because their ideals were different?" "No. Qin Feiyang and the others are not ambitious." "Why do I dare to say that?" "Because it can be seen from the fact that they allowed the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to enter the Western Continent. If they were ambitious people, would they let the Rogue Cultivator Alliance go? And from this, it can be seen that they are a group of people who are indifferent to fame and fortune. For such people, even if their ideals are different, they can just avoid contact in the future. There is no need to fall out and embarrass everyone." The white-bearded old man smiled. The woman in the red dress brought over a cup of tea. He held the teacup and moistened his throat. Then, he said, "So, this old man dares to say that there is definitely a mystery behind this." "What mystery?" The white-eyed wolf could not help but ask. Listening to this story was really interesting. There was truth in the fake, and falsehood in the truth. The more they listened, the more mysterious it became. The white-bearded old man put down the teacup and smiled. The so-called mystery starts from when Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared. When they disappeared? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. That's right. After destroying the Blood Palace, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. But this old man knows where they went during the time they disappeared. The white-bearded old man chuckled. Really? Tell me about it. White-eyed wolf took a sip of tea and looked at the white-bearded old man with a smile. The others were also curious. The white-bearded old man smiled. They went to the Een Devil Land. What? Went to the Een Devil Land? Everyone was stunned. Chuyun couldn't help but ask, "How did you know they went to the Een Devil Land?" Actually, this is not a secret. Anyone who has been to the Enma land knows that Qin Feiyang's group went there a while ago. At that time, other than Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the double-winged golden wolf, there was also the Blood Hall Master, Pei Tianhong, and the Shadow Guard Deputy Commander, Wang Changyuan. They had all submitted to Qin Feiyang. After entering the Yin Devil Land, they encountered very strange things. I believe everyone has some understanding of the situation in the Yin Devil Land. There are many powerful ferocious beasts living there. These ferocious beasts are not afraid of the Yin Devil power. Many people who went to the Yin Devil Land to search for treasures were attacked and hunted down by them. The white-bearded old man smiled. That's true. I once had a friend who insisted on going to the Yin Devil Land to gain experience despite my advice. In the end, he died under the fangs of those ferocious beasts. A young man in black shook his head and sighed. That's right. I have an uncle who was also hunted down by these ferocious beasts and almost lost his life in the Yin Devil Land. He still hasn't walked out of the shadows. Another woman nodded and said sadly. Even if you don't know the rumors about the Yin Devil Land, you must have heard it from the people around you. And all along, everyone thought that the biggest threat in the Yin Devil Land was the ferocious beasts and the Yin Devil power inside, but that's not the case. There's a group of terrifying existences living in the Yin Devil Land. There are humans and ferocious beasts in this group of terrifying existences, but without exception, they all have a blood mark between their eyebrows. And they're very strong. Even Qin Feiyang's group was no match for them. The white-bearded old man's gaze was very serious when he said this. A blood mark? Really? Everyone was surprised. What's the point of caring whether it's true or false? Besides, if you're really interested, you can go to the Yin Devil Land and ask around. At the time, Qin Feiyang's group was surrounded by that mysterious faction and fled to the depths of the Yin Devil Land. It seemed that the mysterious faction was after Qin Feiyang's group. As for what happened after that, no one knows. That's because everyone who knew about it, including the beasts who knew about it, was killed by the shockwaves of the sovereign weapons battle. That's right. Back in the land of Yin Devils, there was a battle between sovereign weapons. As expected, it must have been Qin Feiyang's group fighting that mysterious faction. Not long after, Qin Feiyang's group returned. Not long after that, Qin Feiyang's group fought again at the entrance to the Yin Devil Land. This time, there were fluctuations of sovereign weapons again. It's not hard to imagine that Qin Feiyang's group ran into a terrifying faction, and this faction has always existed in the Yin Devil Land. It's just that no one knows about it. The white-bearded old man laughed hoarsely, looking very mysterious. Everyone fell silent. Although they were listening to a story and knew that it might be false, they still couldn't help but feel their hearts grow heavy. Was there really a mysterious faction hidden in the Yin Devil Land? Not long after that, something else happened. I believe everyone has heard of this matter. Not long after the battle at the entrance to the Yin Devil Land, a group of mysterious people suddenly came to the eastern continent with sovereign weapons and directly barged into the Demon Palace to inquire about Qin Feiyang. Even the three heads of the Demon Palace had to submit. One can imagine how terrifying these mysterious people are. Now you must be wondering who these mysterious people are. Why are the Demon Palace so afraid? This old man can tell you that they are the mysterious faction that has been hiding in the Yin Devil Land. The white-bearded old man waved his sleeve and said firmly. What? Those people who came to the Demon Palace are from that mysterious faction? Everyone looked at each other. At the same time, the four followers of the first dragons couldn't help but have a trace of killing intent in their eyes. However, the first dragon sensed this killing intent and secretly glared at the four, indicating that they shouldn't act rashly. Then, the first dragons looked at the white-bearded old man and said with a smile, "How do you know that they are from that mysterious faction?" Because this is too coincidental. Moreover, who in the Sky Cloud realm doesn't know about Qin Feiyang's strength? He has two sovereign weapons and the slaughter domain that is comparable to a sovereign weapon. He also has an expert like Pei Tianhong following him. Even the Demon Palace, Sky Palace, Divine Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance don't dare to provoke them. So, other than that mysterious faction, who else has the confidence and courage to do so? Here comes the main point. After this group of mysterious people arrived, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance turned against Qin Feiyang. This is really fast. As I expected, the reason why the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance turned against Qin Feiyang is to protect themselves. Because even Qin Feiyang is afraid of this faction, needless to say, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. To put it bluntly, a faction like the Demon Palace only has eternal interests and no eternal friends. As for the second reason, my personal guess is that the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance should be coveting Qin Feiyang's sovereign weapon. Because a ruler's divine weapon is simply too important to a power. Take the Rogue Cultivator Alliance for example. Even if they rule the entire Western continent now, they don't have a sovereign weapon. It's difficult for them to be on equal footing with the Demon Palace, Divine Palace, and Sky Palace. Therefore, they need a sovereign weapon to guard them. And Qin Feiyang and the others are not bound. It's obviously impossible for them to stay in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance forever. Therefore, it's inevitable that they want to kill them and steal their treasures. After all, there are some things that you have to grasp in your own hands. That is the most reliable. The white-bearded old man chuckled and said, "Do you think that this is cruel and unfair to Qin Feiyang and the others?" "No, this is the way of the world." "What's going on?" the white-eyed wolf muttered. It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Apart from the act between them, the Demon Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, everything else was real. Were they sure that this old man was just an ordinary storyteller? The white-bearded old man took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "This is today's story. Everyone, just listen to it and don't take it seriously. Also, don't tell the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. I can't bear the responsibility." "That's it? Don't. Go on. I'm just getting excited." Everyone hurriedly shouted. It's boring to finish the story in one go. Friends who want to hear more, please come again tomorrow. I hope everyone has a good time. I'll take my leave first. The white-bearded old man said with a smile, put down his teacup, and turned to leave. One of the followers looked at the white-bearded old man's back and sent a voice transmission, "Your Highness, this person actually knows so much about us. Could it be related to Qin Feiyang?" The first prince of the dragons was silent for a moment before he smiled and said, "Since you suspect him, bring him back for interrogation. There's a saying among humans that I like very much. It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go." With that, he held his teacup with a smile and drank by himself. From the beginning to the end, he was like an outsider. The four followers looked at each other, and then their gazes landed on the white-bearded old man in unison. A cold light surged in their eyes. At the side, Chu Yun was silent. At this time, she definitely could not speak. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would arouse the displeasure of the first prince of the dragons. Chapter 3482. Something's not right. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf's pupils constricted as he glanced at the first prince and his four followers. Although he couldn't see their faces, the atmosphere clearly changed. "Don't be rash. For us, this is a heaven-sent opportunity." Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded in the white-eyed wolf's mind. A heaven-sent opportunity? The white-eyed wolf was stunned, not understanding. "Originally, I planned to set up a trap here and lure the first prince of the dragons to the heavenly cloud ocean, then quickly kill him. But now, this storyteller has obviously aroused the suspicions of the first prince of the dragons. We might as well make use of this storyteller." Qin Feiyang transmitted. "How?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. "Let the first prince of the dragons and his group take him away first, then we'll save him. At that time, when the first prince of the dragons sees someone coming to save this storyteller, what will he think? He will definitely become more suspicious and think that even if this storyteller has nothing to do with us, his identity is definitely not ordinary. So, at that time, he will chase after him to the end." Qin Feiyang transmitted. "So that's how it is." The white-eyed wolf nodded in understanding. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, the most important thing is that by shifting the attention to this storyteller, the first prince of the dragons won't suspect that the demon palace is colluding with us. You're a little dishonest. You actually want to make use of such a pitiful old man. The white-eyed wolf secretly despised him. What do you know? We're also saving him in a disguised way. Do you think that when he falls into the hands of the first prince of the dragons, he will have a way out? Let me tell you, as long as this storyteller is captured by the first prince of the dragons and taken to the demon palace, he will definitely not be able to walk out alive. Qin Feiyang secretly said. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded. The dragons of the sky cloud realm were actually the same as the dragons of the ancient realm. Using the strong to bully the weak, bullying men and seizing women, he was simply an impeccable villain. Logically speaking, mystical dragons were such noble creatures. They should be humble, courteous, and friendly to people. But why were all the dragons they met so smelly? They felt as if they were high and mighty kings, and all living beings had to submit to them. Why don't we be more open-minded and keep a low profile? Qin Feiyang continued, the hunting location is still at White Crane Island in the Heavenly Cloud Sea. As for the sea beasts in that area, I have already evacuated them yesterday. Did you run out yesterday to evacuate those sea beasts? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. That's right. Let's put ourselves in their shoes. The sea beasts of the Heavenly Cloud Sea have been so good to us. Of course we can't do anything to harm them. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Not to mention the other sea beasts, just the little rabbit. If it was because of them that the Heavenly Cloud Sea flowed with blood, the little rabbit would not easily let them go, even if their relationship was so good. In the blink of an eye, the 4 followers stepped out at the same time and instantly landed beside the white-bearded old man. The 4 of them stood in the north, south, east, and west positions, blocking the white-bearded old man's path. This sudden scene caused everyone present to be involuntarily stunned. The white-bearded old man was the same. When he came back to his senses, he cupped his hands and smiled. Guests, the story is really over. If you want to hear it, please come early tomorrow. He thought that these 4 followers wanted him to continue telling the story. When the 4 of them heard this, their faces were expressionless, and they said lightly, "Please come with us." The white-bearded old man was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, "Where to?" The 4 of them did not answer, but there was a trace of cold light in their eyes. The atmosphere is not right. What are they going to do? The people around looked at the 4 followers with suspicious faces. The white-bearded old man also vaguely felt that something was wrong and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, old man, I still have something to do at home, so I have to rush back immediately. How about this, you tell me a place, and when I'm done with the things at home, I'll go find you." After saying that, he turned sideways and wanted to squeeze between the 2 followers. But the 2 followers stood firmly on the ground like Mount Tai, and the cold light in their eyes became more and more intense. "What are you doing? The tea house is a place of elegance, how can you be so mischievous? Besides, he's just a storyteller with no status, no background, and no interest involved with you. Why are you looking for him?" 2 young men were not pleasing to the eyes of the 4 people's behavior and could not help but scold them angrily. However, his 4 followers turned a deaf ear to him. However, from the expression on their faces, it could be seen that their patience was about to reach its limit. At the same time, when the first prince of the dragons heard the scolding of the 2 young men, he could not help but look at them with a hint of contempt in his playful eyes. It was the first time he saw someone who dared to yell in front of him. Feeling the gradually heavy atmosphere, the white-bearded old man became more and more anxious. His forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He looked at the 4 people with a pleading face and said, "4 people, I do have an urgent matter at home, please be magnanimous." At this time, the woman in the red dress also ran over and asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" The white-bearded old man said anxiously, "Little Red, I don't know. Please help me beg for mercy. I'm just an old storyteller, why do you have to make things difficult for me?" Hearing this, the woman in the red dress hurriedly looked at the 4 followers and said apologetically, "For people, if Mr. Bai has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. This has nothing to do with you." One of the followers said coldly. That. The woman's face froze, and then she suddenly recalled that they seemed to be the followers of that man and woman. So, she immediately ran over to the first prince of the dragons and Chu Yun and spoke on their behalf. The first prince of the dragons waved his hand and smiled. "Miss, there's no need to be anxious. I'm just quite curious about something, so I want to take him back and ask him about it." "What is it? Why do you have to take him away? You can ask him right here." Another young man and woman spoke, and their faces were covered in displeasure. It was such a good atmosphere, yet it had been turned into such a mess, and it simply spoiled their mood. The first prince of the dragon's brows instantly raised when he heard this. These people really don't know what's good for them. I'm already very merciful that I didn't make a fuss about it earlier, yet they actually dared to cause trouble here. Do they really think I have a good temper? Not to mention the first prince of the dragons, even the 4 followers had endured it to their limits. Swoosh! One of them took a step forward and descended before the young man and woman. "What are all of you doing? This is Ocean of Clouds City, a place ruled by the Devil Hall. How dare all of you?" The young man and woman immediately stood up and shouted. However, they hadn't even finished speaking when that follower raised his hand and smashed his fist forward. Both of their bodies exploded apart in midair, causing blood and flesh to spray towards the surroundings. He killed them? The others watched this scene with astonishment, and all of them instantly broke out in cold sweat when they recovered from their shock. Who exactly is he? He actually dared to kill in public in Ocean of Cloud City? If anyone dares to speak another word, then everyone here can dream of leaving alive. That follower glanced at the surroundings while a shocking sharp glow flashed through his eyes. "My lord, what are you?" The woman in a red dress gazed at that follower, and her face couldn't help but turn pale. Humans are like that. They won't be obedient until they're beaten. The first prince of the dragons muttered indifferently, and then he drank the tea in his cup before he stood up and gazed at Chu Yun. Chu Yun understood his intentions and opened up a spatial passageway. What? The laws of space and time. Their pupils constricted. They've actually grasped the laws of space and time. So, their identities are definitely not ordinary. Let's go. The first prince of the dragons glanced indifferently at the surroundings, and then he walked towards the spatial passageway. Chu Yun followed closely behind him, and she was rather anxious in her heart. Why hasn't Qin Feiyang shown himself? The 4 followers immediately grabbed the white-bearded old man and chased after the first prince of the dragons and Chu Yun when they noticed this. As for the white-bearded old man, he was like a helpless little lamb at this moment. No one here dared to stop them as well. Because the situation was right before their eyes, and it was a group of people that they couldn't afford to offend. Prepare to attack. I'll give you a path. Flee along that path, and someone will come to your aid. Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang's voice resounded in the white-eyed wolf's mind. Come to my aid? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. I don't have the time to explain now. You'll find out when the time comes. Qin Feiyang said. In front of the spatial passageway. Just as the first prince of the dragons and his group were about to step into the passageway, a black shadow suddenly swept past the 4 followers. When the 4 followers came back to their senses, they found that the white-bearded old man had already disappeared in front of them. Who is it? The 4 followers immediately roared, and a terrifying divine aura erupted, enveloping all directions. Chu Yun also quivered, and quickly turned around to look around. Was it Qin Feiyang? At the same time, the first prince of the dragons also suddenly turned around, sweeping his gaze in all directions, and his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. The other people in the tea house were also a little stunned by this sudden change. What's the big deal about bullying an old man? Suddenly, a sneer rang out in the sky. He's up there. Someone shouted. In an instant, everyone looked up at the sky and saw a black-clothed young man standing against the wind, and the white-bearded old man was right beside him. That's right. He was the white-eyed wolf. It's him. When the woman in the red dress saw the white-eyed wolf, her expression was rather surprised. This was because when Qin Feiyang and the woman in the red dress had conversed, he had mentioned the divine tea. Thus, the woman in the red dress had a special impression of this face. Is it you? At the same time, Chu Yun sized up the white-eyed wolf, muttering in her heart. You're courting death. In the next instant, the 4 followers roared and simultaneously rushed toward the white-eyed wolf. A mere late-stage sovereign dared to act so impudently in front of them? Yes, I am courting death, but let's see if you have the ability to do so. The white-eyed wolf sneered disdainfully, activated the instant time, and instantly appeared outside the city. What? That's the instant time. He's a late-stage sovereign, but he actually grasped the supreme profundity of the world's laws? The 4 followers' expressions instantly froze. Chapter 3483. Moment of time, the first prince of the dragons frowned, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He shouted, there must be something wrong with them. We can't let them escape. Chase. Because even among the dragons, there was no such monster. Whoosh. When the 4 followers heard this, they immediately activated their assistant's divine arts and chased after the white-eyed wolf and the white-bearded old man. Judging from their speed, all of them were using supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine arts. Looking at Chu Yun, who was still in a daze, the first prince of the dragons raised his eyebrows and said, What are you doing? Hurry up and chase after them. Chu Yun quivered and hurriedly swept up the first prince of the dragons and rushed into the sky like lightning. As a paragon ruler, Chu Yun's speed was naturally quite fast. In the blink of an eye, she appeared outside the eastern city with the first prince of the dragons. Because the tea house was located on the outskirts of the eastern city, it was not far from the city. As long as they did not pass through the city gate and directly pass through the city wall, with their cultivation, it would only take an instant. I didn't expect the tea house to be so full of hidden dragons today. That's right. One has grasped the space-time law, and the other has grasped the time law. It's really hard to imagine. Who are they? Especially that black-clothed youth. He looks so young, but he actually comprehended the supreme profundity of the space-time law. Could it be that he came from some mysterious faction? Everyone was bewildered. The woman in the red dress retracted her gaze and waved her jade-like hand to clean up the bloodstains on the ground. She smiled and said, Sorry to have frightened everyone. All of today's expenses are free of charge. If it was normal times, everyone would be very happy that the bill was free. After all, the price of the Yulu Longjing was not cheap. But now, they were not in the mood to be happy at all. Their gazes were always looking outside the eastern city. Seeing this, the woman in the red dress did not say anything and quickly entered the tea house. The tea house had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was basically full. The private rooms on the second floor were also almost full. At that very moment, those people were also bewildered. That was because they had personally witnessed the entire process from inside the tea house. Sorry, everyone, please continue. When the woman in the red dress passed by, she apologized to the surrounding guests one by one and then went straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was extremely quiet. There was not even a single guest. Young master. The woman in the red dress walked in front of a closed door and called out softly. I already know what's going on outside. You don't have to worry. Treat the guests well. I'll take care of it. A gentle and refined voice sounded from inside. All right. The woman in the red dress heard this, and a smile appeared on her face. She seemed to be relieved, and no more sounds came from the room. At the same time, the Black Tortoise World, the land of demons. Qin Feiyang looked in the direction where White-Eyed Wolf and the others had disappeared through the images in the void. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. Suddenly, A glint flashed in his eyes as he took out the divine voice transmission stone. Wang. The next moment, the image of a middle-aged man appeared. It was the alliance leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Has it already begun? The alliance master looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Yes. However, the situation has changed. The white-eyed wolf is being chased by them. However, the plan hasn't changed. I've already told the white-eyed wolf's escape route in advance. Hurry up and change your appearance and be ready to help at any time. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The alliance master nodded. Outside the city, the white-eyed wolf brought the white-bearded old man and kept activating the momentary time, moving as fast as lightning. The beasts along the way couldn't see their traces, and could only feel a gust of wind blowing past them. At the rear, for followers, Chu Yun, the dragons, and the crown prince followed closely behind. Throughout the entire process, Chu Yun didn't say a word. Looking at the back of the white-eyed wolf, she secretly pondered in her heart. This shouldn't be Qin Feiyang, right? Because Qin Feiyang didn't master the space-time law, let alone the momentary time. But other than Qin Feiyang, who else could it be? Could it be, suddenly, a wolf king with golden wings on his back appeared in her mind. That's right. It must be this wolf cub. Because Elder Hua had returned and told her that the white-eyed wolf had also stepped into the greater mastery dominator realm. However, what about Qin Feiyang? And Pei Tianhong? Why didn't they appear? Although the white-eyed wolf had mastered the momentary time, the four followers of the dragons were all at the great perfection dominator realm and had mastered the supreme level heaven-defying divine art. In terms of speed, the four of them were a little faster than the white-eyed wolf. If this continued, the four of them would catch up to the wolf cubs sooner or later. Moreover, she was still there. If the crown prince of the dragons asked her to activate the space-time law to intercept, the white-eyed wolf wouldn't be able to escape. Wait. The white-eyed wolf seemed to have mastered the space-time law too. But why didn't it activate the space-time teleportation channel at the tea house and directly escape? What was going on? As the deputy palace master of the Demon Palace and Elder Hua's favorite student, she naturally wasn't stupid. She quickly guessed the white-eyed wolf's goal. It was to lure the crown prince of the dragons and the others to another place. In that case, could it be that this white-bearded old man was also purposely arranged by the white-eyed wolf? Right now, her mind was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand at all. What were Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf doing? Little brother, thank you. In front, the white-bearded old man turned to look at Chu Yun and the others. He was still in a state of shock. The white-eyed wolf's expression was very serious. It scanned the mountains and rivers in front of it and said in a deep voice, "Don't thank me too early. Their cultivation is stronger than mine. We can't escape at all." Although Qin Feiyang had said that as long as it followed this route, someone would come to rescue it, it knew nothing about Qin Feiyang's plan. Therefore, it couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man's face turned even paler. He asked, "Then what should we do?" "I don't know." The white-eyed wolf wasn't in the mood to pay attention to him now. Qin Feiyang's plan was good, but wouldn't the hunting location be too far away? Heavenly Cloud Sea, White Crane Island. If no one came to rescue it, it would have been caught by the first prince of the dragons and the others before it could fly to the Heavenly Cloud Sea. And now, it didn't dare to open the space-time transmission channel. Because if it opened the space-time transmission channel and successfully escaped, Qin Feiyang's plan would be in vain. Because now it and the white-bearded old man were bait to lure these people. If they escaped, there would be no way to lure the first prince of the dragons and the others to White Crane Island. This was difficult to deal with. "Little Qin Zi, are you there?" the white-eyed wolf whispered. But Qin Feiyang didn't respond. As expected, the white-eyed wolf smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang had already separated from it. Although Qin Feiyang's cultivation was the same as its, Qin Fei Yang's speed of controlling the Black Tortoise realm was not as fast as its speed of activating the momentary time. So it guessed that when they left the tea house, they had already separated. To be honest, in the face of the current situation, without Qin Fei Yang as its backbone, it was still a little flustered. Little Qin Zi? Are you there? What do you mean? The white-bearded old man heard the white-eyed wolf's whisper and couldn't help but look at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. It's none of your business. Be quiet. The white-eyed wolf glared at him fiercely. The white-bearded old man shrank his neck and suddenly quieted down. Let's see where you can escape to. Behind. The 4 followers were murderous, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. The white-eyed wolf could already feel a fatal threat. Now, it was too late to open the space-time transmission channel. Because the 4 of them could catch up and collapse the space-time channel. They haven't appeared yet. The white-eyed wolf was burning with anxiety. It glanced at the mountains in front of it. Was there anyone to help? Another few breaths passed. The 4 people behind it suddenly released their pressure and rolled toward the white-eyed wolf. Because the distance now was enough for them to imprison the white-eyed wolf. Bastard. If you don't come to help me, I'll die. The white-eyed wolf roared in its heart and frantically activated the momentary time. Seeing that the white-eyed wolf and the white-bearded old man were about to be imprisoned by the pressure of the 4 people, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the mountains below. It swept in front of the white-eyed wolf like lightning and grabbed the white-eyed wolf and the white-bearded old man. It activated the supreme-level auxiliary divine art and flew away without looking back. There's someone else? The 4 followers were stunned and immediately flew into a rage. There were so many reckless people today. What's going on? Could it be Pei Tianhong? Seeing the appearance of the black shadow, Chuyun also had a trace of doubt in her heart. Looking at the face of the first prince of the dragons, it became more and more gloomy. The white-eyed wolf was also stunned. Then, it turned its head to look at the black shadow beside it. Its eyes could not help but reveal a suspicious look. This was a black-robed old man. Other than a pair of eyes, his entire body was covered in a black robe, looking incomparably mysterious. Even the look in his eyes looked very unfamiliar. But it was certain that this was the person that Qin Fei Yang said was coming to help it. You really came in time. But who exactly are you? The white-eyed wolf transmitted its voice. Guess. The black-robed old man's voice sounded in the white-eyed wolf's mind. Even the voice was very unfamiliar. I can't guess, and I'm not in the mood. The white-eyed wolf pursed its lips. You wolf cub, you're too impatient. The black-robed old man shook his head and smiled, then transmitted his voice. You've done so much for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. As the Alliance leader, I naturally can't just sit back and do nothing. As long as I can help, I won't refuse. It's you? The white-eyed wolf was astonished. Who else? Do you think it's Elder Hua? The Demon Hall Master? Or Old Yi? Old Chi? They don't have the space-time laws. How can they be as convenient as me? Besides, I'm the one who set up the barrier around the 9-Dragon Mountain Range. Only I have the ability to leave the Alliance capital without the little princess of the dragons noticing. The Alliance leader smiled faintly. That's true. The white-eyed wolf replied secretly. Whether it was the deputy Alliance leader or the Hall of Famers, none of them could come and go freely in the barrier set up by the Alliance leader. Then, it transmitted its voice, don't say that. At first, I thought you were really that old man, Elder Hua. Yesterday, when Qin Fei Yang transmitted his voice, we discussed it. Elder Hua has been in contact with the first prince too many times. If we let him come, even if we hide his identity, he might be seen through. So, we didn't look for him. The Alliance leader explained secretly. Chapter 3484. You guys contacted each other yesterday? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Yes. It was last night. He sent us a message, saying that he needed our help. To be honest, I'm more and more impressed by this kid now. The entire plan, as long as it was a possible situation, he could think of it in advance. For example, he predicted that neither you nor he would be able to match the first prince's followers in terms of speed, so he sent me to receive you. If it was someone else who didn't think of this, then no matter how thorough the plan was, it could basically be declared a failure. The Alliance Master secretly laughed, his tone full of praise. In the past, Qin Feiyang's performance had made him look at him in a different light. This was not something a young person could do. But as he slowly got along with him, he realized that what he saw before was only the tip of the iceberg. Of course. If he didn't have a brain, how could we have survived until now? But don't praise him like that, because he occasionally makes mistakes. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. No one is perfect. The Alliance Master smiled faintly, glanced at the white-bearded old man next to him, and secretly asked, "Is this the unforeseen event that Qin Feiyang mentioned?" Kind of. But his biggest miscalculation was that he forgot that when he met the first prince of the dragons, they would dislike each other, so he asked me to replace him. The white-eyed wolf secretly thought. No matter how careful and cautious a person is, there will be times when they miscalculate. This is unavoidable, as long as it can be saved in time. The Alliance Master secretly laughed, then glanced at the first prince of the dragons and the others who were following behind him, and sighed. This time, in order to help you guys, I was especially careful. What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. The Alliance Master secretly said, not only did I change my aura, but I also recultivated a supreme-level support divine technique, which is the divine technique that I am using now. Recultivated a supreme-level support divine technique? The white-eyed wolf was stunned, and suspiciously asked, "Is there a need for that? Don't all support divine techniques look the same?" No. Even though auxiliary divine arts increase speed, if you look closely, you can still see the difference. For example, Qin Feiyang's space-time step and Little Lunatic Spectre Ghost steps. These divine arts all have their own characteristics. No matter how well they conceal it, it's still very easy for others to recognize them. Besides, in this situation, we can't afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, we'll end up being crushed. The Alliance Master thought. That makes sense. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and secretly agreed. Then, he chuckled and said, "Then after this, you have to be careful. Don't use this kind of auxiliary divine art in front of the dragons. It's alright. If you can kill them this time, it doesn't matter if the other dragons see you, because only these people can see me. As long as we silence them, nothing will happen." The Alliance Master replied indifferently. "What if we can't kill him?" White-eyed wolf asked. "That's simple. Just destroy the support-type divine art." The Alliance Master smiled inwardly. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and speechless. "You're really extravagant. You're even willing to destroy a supreme divine art. Otherwise? If you don't destroy it, what if you use it in a hurry when fighting? Won't you be exposed?" Actually, it's not a big deal. Mastering one type of auxiliary divine art is enough for a lifetime. The Alliance Master smiled faintly and didn't care too much. Don't. If you really can't do it, you can give it to me. With me here, even if the dragons see it, it doesn't matter. After all, it's a pity to destroy an auxiliary divine art of this level. The white-eyed wolf secretly laughed. Don't you have the instant time? Why do you still need it? The Alliance Master was puzzled. The instant time was much stronger than an auxiliary divine art. Are you stupid? The instant time requires the law of time as the basis for consumption. I can't keep the instant time open, right? If I encounter danger in the future and the law of time is exhausted, wouldn't I have to stand there and wait for death? Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. The Alliance Master was stunned and smiled bitterly. That's true. Alright, I'll send you off when the time comes. Good brother. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Good brother? Cough cough, the Alliance Master choked on his words. We're familiar with each other, but don't mess up the seniority, okay? Qin Feiyang and Madman were the disciples of the Vice Alliance Master. He and the Vice Alliance Master were of the same generation, and as Qin Feiyang's partner, shouldn't the white-eyed wolf call him uncle or something? However, after knowing each other for so long, he understood the white-eyed wolf quite well. There was nothing he could do about it. Moreover, for the white-eyed wolf, the closer it was to someone, the more it liked it, the more casual it would be. The Alliance Master glanced at the white-bearded old man again and sent a sound transmission. Then what should we do with him later? When the war starts, who will care about him? Let's see what happens to him. The white-eyed wolf said lightly. The Alliance Master nodded. As the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, he naturally couldn't be a soft-hearted person. An ordinary person like the white-bearded old man couldn't be bothered with him. Looking at the first Prince of the Dragons and the others behind him again, the Alliance Master sent a sound transmission and asked, "Which one is Chu Yun?" The white-eyed wolf thought, "It's the woman next to the first Prince of the Dragons. According to little Qin Zi, she seems to have a Dominator Divine Weapon. Dominator Divine Weapon, when the war starts, she definitely won't be able to stand by and watch. It seems that it will be a tough battle for you guys." The Alliance Master sighed. "What are you afraid of? Besides, she definitely won't fight us to the death. At most, she will help the first Prince of the Dragons restrain one of our Dominator Divine Weapons." The white-eyed wolf didn't care at all. The Alliance Master thought for a moment and said, "Well, as long as you guys are confident. Now, you can go and provoke them and make them follow us. Don't give up halfway. That's what I want." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and turned to look at the first Prince of the Dragons and the others, saying, "Are you still chasing? Are you done yet? Isn't it just that I didn't like the look of it and saved an old man? Is there a need to chase after me like this?" The first Prince of the Dragons' eyes flashed and said, "If you don't want us to chase after you, then stop and answer a few questions." "You want me to stop, so I will stop. Do you think you are from the Demon Palace?" The white-eyed wolf looked disdainful. "People from the Demon Palace?" A trace of mockery appeared in the first Prince of the Dragon's eyes as he said indifferently, "If you dare to provoke me, even if you are from the Demon Palace, I will still destroy you." So arrogant? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He looked suspiciously at the first Prince of the Dragons and asked, "Are you joking with me? As the overlord of the Eastern Continent, the Demon Palace is something you can destroy just because you want to? Do I look like I am joking with you? I advise you to stop immediately, or you will bear the consequences." The first Prince of the Dragon's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the contempt between his brows was undisguised. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded and said, "I was wrong this time. I shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Can you guys stop chasing? Take it that I beg you." He said that on purpose. For someone like the first Prince of the Dragons, the more you told him not to chase, the more he would chase. Too late. As expected, the first Prince of the Dragons sneered. "Damn you, why am I so unlucky to provoke you guys? You want to chase, right? Then let's continue. Let's see if you can catch up." The white-eyed wolf snorted and retracted his gaze. He looked at the Alliance Master and transmitted his voice. "They won't use the Sovereign Divine Weapon, right? Don't worry. We have thought about this for a long time. At present, they won't use the Sovereign Divine Weapon because it will hurt many innocent creatures. Although the dragons are powerful, they are also afraid of provoking the wrath of the people. After all, the wrath of the people is a very scary thing. Besides, even if the dragons are not afraid, Chu Yun will stop them." The Alliance Master transmitted his voice. "That's good." The white-eyed wolf secretly sighed in relief. As long as they could successfully enter the Sea of Clouds, even if the first Prince of the Dragons activated the Sovereign Divine Weapon, he would not be afraid. With the cultivation of a peak dominator and the assistance of a supreme divine technique, his speed was naturally unimaginable. About an hour later, a city entered their line of sight. This was the eastern mountain city closest to the Sea of Clouds. Although the eastern mountain city was not big, it was still extremely prosperous due to its geographical location. What a powerful aura! Suddenly, the people in the city were in an uproar as they looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others in the sky. Their expressions were full of surprise. Not only was his aura powerful, but his speed was also so fast. This was definitely the existence of a peak dominator. One in front and one behind, desperately chasing after them. Who were these people? However, whether it was the white-eyed wolf and the other two, or the first prince of the dragons and the others, they did not stop at all. They whistled past the eastern mountain city, and the sea of clouds also entered their line of sight. Chuyun finally understood that they were trying to lure the dragons and the others to the sea of clouds. Her eyes flashed slightly, and she said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the sea of clouds is in front of us. Why don't we give up first?" The more the first prince gave up, the more he would not give up. Because he had already chased them here, how could he be willing to watch the white-eyed wolf and the other two escape into the sea of clouds? However, the first prince of the dragons seemed to be a little afraid of the sea of clouds. "We really can't continue to chase. If a battle breaks out in the sea of clouds and affects the sea beasts of the sea of clouds, the beast god will not let this matter rest," Chuyun said. "Beast god," the first prince of the dragons muttered, a sinister look flashed across his eyes, and he said, "Then let's activate the sovereign divine weapon here." "What? Activate the sovereign divine weapon? Your Highness, please reconsider. If you activate the sovereign divine weapon here, not only will it destroy the eastern mountain city, it will also affect all the nearby towns. As far as I know, there are hundreds of millions of humans in the nearby towns. And that's not counting the other creatures. Most importantly, activating the sovereign divine weapon here will also directly affect the sea beasts of the sea of clouds." Chuyun's expression changed as she hurriedly exclaimed. Sure enough, as the Alliance Master said, if the first prince of the dragons wanted to activate the sovereign divine weapon, Chuyun would be the first to stand up and stop him, because protecting the creatures of the eastern continent was her duty. In fact, the most important thing was the last sentence, which would also directly affect the sea beasts of the sea of clouds. When he first entered the eastern continent, he already knew that the second princess of the dragons and the others had been punished by the beast god. At that time, even he was shocked. The beast god of the sea of clouds was actually so terrifying. So now that he came to the sea of clouds, he couldn't help but feel fear. Chapter 3485. Your Highness, if you really want to go in, then listen to me. Don't hurt the sea beasts here. As long as you don't hurt the sea beasts here, even if you use the sovereign divine weapon and kill them, the beast god won't interfere. Chuyun looked at the first prince of the dragons and said in a low voice. Are you sure? The first prince of the dragons asked. I'm sure. Chuyun nodded. The first prince of the dragons heaved a sigh of relief. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Whoosh! Two groups of people entered the heavenly cloud sea one after another. Fuck you. You're still chasing? The white-eyed wolf turned to look at the 6 people and roared angrily. The first prince of the dragons was silent, but his eyes flashed coldly. Looks like we've really gotten into big trouble. Why don't we talk? I'll return this old man to you, and you'll let us go. The white-eyed wolf seemed to be ready to compromise. Okay. The first prince of the dragons nodded. Really? Don't fool me. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of vigilance. A real man's word is worth 9 tripods. The first prince of the dragons said with a cold smile in his eyes. The white-eyed wolf looked at the first prince of the dragons seriously and shook his head. I don't dare to believe you, but we really didn't mean to offend you. Can't you be merciful and give us a way out? That pleading tone made the first prince of the dragons very happy. Now you know fear. What were you doing earlier? This was the price for provoking him. Fuck you, today is really unlucky to meet a fool like you. You want to chase? Fine, I'll accompany you to the end today. If you don't chase half of it, then you're my grandson. The ingrate cursed again and again, looking as if he was going to go all out. Originally, the first prince of the dragons was quite proud, but when he heard this, his face sank and he shouted, "Chu Yun, activate the spacetime law and stop them in front." How dare he be so arrogant? How reckless. All right. Chu Yun nodded, and the spacetime laws appeared. In the next instant, a spacetime tunnel appeared in front of the white-eyed wolf and the others. Not good. The Alliance Master's pupils shrank as he transmitted his voice to the white-eyed wolf. "You're pushing him too far. Don't you also control the spacetime laws? Furthermore, your spacetime laws are even above Chu Yun's. How could she possibly stop you?" White-eyed wolf thought to himself. If I activate the spacetime laws, Chu Yun really won't be able to stop me. But you have to know that there are only a handful of people in the sky cloud realm who have mastered the laws of space and time. Once I activate the laws of space and time, it is very likely that it will arouse the dragon's suspicion. The Alliance Master transmitted his voice. So you're saying that we really pushed him too far? The white-eyed wolf frowned. The Alliance Master glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, "However, we have already expected this situation. After all, with Chu Yun following them, it's only a matter of time before we open the space-time tunnel to intercept them. How do we solve it?" The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and hurriedly asked. "Because they are afraid of harming the sea beasts in the sky cloud ocean, so as long as we enter the sky cloud ocean, they won't dare to fight with us. But they really want to kill us. What should we do?" At this time, we need to take the initiative and tell them a place where they can fight. It's very easy to lure them to White Crane Island. The Alliance Master secretly said. So that's how it is. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "What about the fire dragon and the son of the ice dragon? Are they by the side of the first prince of the dragons now?" Last night, Qin Feiyang specially sent a message to Elder Hua to ask about this matter. It is said that the fire dragon has already left the demon palace more than a month ago. I wonder where it went. As for the son of the ice dragon, I have never seen it. We speculate that the son of the ice dragon might not have left the dragon's nest. Perhaps it's a trick of the little dragon princess to use the son of the ice dragon to pressure us. The palace master secretly said. That's a pity. The white-eyed wolf secretly sighed. At this time, Chu Yun was already in front of the sea, staring at the white-eyed wolf and the other two with killing intent in her eyes. Behind them, the first prince of the dragons and his 4 followers also had an imposing aura. The white-eyed wolf finally stopped. A ruthless look flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a space-time tunnel appeared in front of them. What? Not only does it control the law of time, but it also controls the law of space-time? The first prince of the dragons and his 4 followers were stunned. You want to kill us? Okay, I know a place where we don't have to worry about hurting the sea beasts. If you have the ability, then follow us. At most, we'll fight to the death. The white-eyed wolf's words were like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. Before he finished speaking, the Alliance Master took him and the white-bearded old man into the space-time tunnel. That's what I want. Hearing this, the first prince of the dragons immediately rushed toward the space-time tunnel. But at this time, the 4 followers stopped in the void and reached out to stop him. What's wrong? The first prince of the dragons raised his eyebrows. The 4 of them looked at the space-time tunnel with flickering eyes. One of them suddenly said, Your Highness, why do I feel that something isn't right? Is there? Why can't I see it? The first prince of the dragons snorted coldly. At this time, Chu Yun also landed beside the first prince. She glanced at the 4 followers, and a light flashed in her eyes. She said in a deep voice, Your Highness, their concerns are reasonable. What if this is a trap? A trap? The first prince of the dragons was stunned and sneered, so what if it's a trap? We have 2 sovereign divine weapons. Besides, they don't even know who we are. How could they deliberately set a trap for us? I think they are just cornered. Hearing this, the 4 followers felt that it made sense. They had all changed their appearances. From the beginning to the end, they had never exposed any information about their identities. So the other party didn't know who they were? Since he didn't know, then the trap was indeed a complete nonsense. Moreover, looking at the other party's performance and tone, it was indeed a bit of a cornered beast. In the blink of an eye, just as they were hesitating, the space-time teleportation channel had already begun to close. Seeing this, the first prince of the dragons immediately shouted, "If we don't go in now, when the channel closes, it will be even harder to find them than ascending to the heavens. Hurry up." The four followers looked at each other and nodded at the same time. That's right. They had two sovereign divine weapons. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, they brought the first prince of the dragons and rushed into the space-time tunnel like lightning. A hint of ridicule flashed across Chu Yun's eyes. She thought that she was infallible, but she didn't know that she had already fallen into the trap set up by Qin Feiyang and the others. However, the white-eyed wolf was really amazing. Whether it was the tone of his voice or the expression on his face, he could pass off as the real deal. It seemed that the madman and Qin Feiyang weren't the only powerful ones in this group of people. If this Wolf King was serious, he would be quite scary. Whoosh! Chu Yun took a deep breath and also stepped into the teleportation channel. White Crane Island. As soon as the white-eyed wolf, the Alliance Master and the white-bearded old man appeared, they saw a white-clothed young man standing in the air above the sea. This young man was really Qin Feiyang. Looking at Qin Feiyang, the white-bearded old man was stunned. Why did he look so familiar? Wait. Wasn't he the famous Qin Feiyang? Previously, he had told his story at the tea house. Why was he here? At the same time, when Qin Feiyang saw the white-eyed wolf and the other two appear, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he looked at the space-time tunnel behind the three of them and cupped his hands at the Alliance Master. "Thank you." "You're welcome." The Alliance Master waved his hand and smiled. He slapped the white-bearded old man unconscious and looked at Qin Feiyang. "The mission has been completed, the rest is up to you. I'll go back first and help keep an eye on the dragon's little princess." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. The dragon's little princess had to be fixed, otherwise, there might be changes. Swoosh! The Alliance Master waved his hand, opened a space-time tunnel, and left without looking back. Qin Feiyang glanced at the unconscious white-bearded old man, summoned his horsetail whisk, and looked at the white-eyed wolf. "You take him and leave too. As for how to deal with him, it's up to you. But you have to hide first like last time. Wait for me to attack and restrain the sovereign divine weapon of the first prince of the dragons and Chu Yun. Then, you come out and catch them off guard. Remember. At that time, you must kill them in one blow. Don't give them any chance to breathe." Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely serious as he reminded the white-eyed wolf. This battle had to be ended quickly. Because if it became a protracted battle, there would be many variables. If during the battle, the other princes and princesses received the news and rushed over to support, then they would be the ones to suffer. Understood. The white-eyed wolf grinned and immediately brought the horsetail whisk and the unconscious white-bearded old man with him. He activated the momentary time and disappeared into the sea below like lightning. Qin Feiyang looked at the space-time teleportation channel again. He could already sense a few powerful auras surging over. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said coldly, "Hunt, begin." Following that, he disappeared without a trace. The moment Qin Feiyang disappeared, 6 figures rushed out of the space-time teleportation channel one after another. It was the first prince of the dragons and the others. Where is he? However, when they saw that there was no one in the sky above the sea, they were stunned. The first prince of the dragons was furious. He looked at his 4 followers and shouted, "I told you to hurry up, but you insisted on dawdling. Now, you've lost him. Your Highness, please calm down." The 4 followers hurriedly comforted him. Chu Yun scanned the sea and her pupils constricted. This seemed to be White Crane Island. It turned out that Qin Feiyang had planned to hunt down the first prince of the dragons here. She glanced at the first prince of the dragons from the corner of her eye and pretended to be surprised. She exclaimed, "Your Highness, this seems to be White Crane Island?" White Crane Island? The first prince of the dragons was stunned. That's right. Back then, Qin Feiyang set up a trap here to deal with the blood hall. I was also there, so I have some impression of this place. It must be White Crane Island. Chu Yun nodded. One of the followers suddenly seemed to have thought of something. His gaze trembled slightly as he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, I heard from the second princess's followers that they seem to have exchanged hostages with the madman and the double-winged golden wolf on White Crane Island." Chapter 3486. Setting up a trap to deal with the blood hall. The second princess's soul was also exchanged here. Another follower muttered. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the first prince of the dragons. "Your Highness, could this be a trap set up by Qin Feiyang and the others? You're saying that those three people from before were Qin Feiyang and the others in disguise?" The first prince of the dragons was surprised. That's possible. They've been to White Crane Island many times, so this is definitely their base. But why haven't we seen them yet? Most importantly, even if they were from Ocean of Clouds City before, we've already changed our appearances before entering the city. Even if we meet them face to face, they wouldn't know who we are. The four followers glanced at the stormy ocean with bewilderment in their eyes. No. The first prince of the dragons suddenly shook his head. What? The four of them looked at him in confusion. If Qin Feiyang really saw us in Ocean of Clouds City, then even if we changed our appearances, we wouldn't be able to escape his eyes. Because we've all activated the Eye of Heaven. The first prince of the dragons said in a low voice. Yes, yes, yes. It's the Eye of Heaven. The four of them nodded repeatedly as they finally realized this. The Eye of Heaven? Chu Yun looked at the first prince of the dragons with a doubtful expression and asked, "You've activated this battle soul as well?" Of course, she knew about it. Because Elder Hua had already told her about it when he returned. However, she still had to continue acting. Yes. I've also activated the Eye of Heaven. You might not know this, but no matter if it's Qin Feiyang or I, when we see each other, we'll feel a sense of repulsion and disgust. The first prince of the dragons nodded. There's such a thing? If it's really Qin Feiyang's trap, then we're probably no match for him even if we have two sovereign divine weapons. After all, he has the slaughter domain. Your Highness, while Qin Feiyang hasn't shown up yet, quickly send a message to your younger brothers and sisters and ask them to quickly come and help. Chu Yun urged. Yes. Send a message to second sister and the others. If it's really a trap, then let's kill him right here. The crown prince of the dragons sneered and looked at his four followers. The four followers nodded and took out their divine sound transmission stones. The first prince of the dragons scanned the void. Suddenly, he frowned. His divine sense surged out in all directions. Immediately, he caught sight of something in the void in front of him and was shocked. What is it? Chu Yun looked at him in surprise. Prepare for battle. The crown prince of the dragons shouted. Clang. In the next moment, two terrifying divine auras surged out like the eruption of a volcano, instantly enveloping the entire area. Following closely. An ancient castle that was hundreds of feet tall and a blood-red longsword that seemed to be condensed from blood shot out from the void. It carried a destructive aura as it pressed down on the six of them. Puff. Crack. The six of them spurted out blood on the spot. Their faces were deathly pale as they were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. Furthermore, the divine sound transmission stones in the hands of the four followers were also shattered by the sharpness of the blood-colored sword. Shit! This was premeditated. This was a trap. He destroyed our divine sound transmission stones to prevent us from sending a message to the second princess and the others. The four followers roared furiously. Bastard! The crown prince of the dragons roared while a monstrous vicious aura erupted from his body. Clang! An expanse of golden light surged into appearance, and then a 1 m long spear appeared. Divine might surged as it sealed off the space ahead. Chu Yun's eyes flashed, and she immediately withdrew her crimson red sword as well. The sharpness of the sword swept out with overwhelming force and finally blocked the castle and the blood-red longsword. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. She was clearly standing by the crown prince of the dragon's side, yet he attacked without any hesitation. What if he accidentally killed her? Hello. Along with a chuckle, Qin Feiyang walked out from midair and grabbed the blood-red longsword. The castle floated above him while emanating vast divine might. It really is you. The crown prince of the dragon's face was extremely gloomy. Yes. I've been hiding in the city for so long just to wait for you to appear. I believe that you're looking forward to my appearance as well. After all, we're both trying to seize each other's eye of heaven. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He said that to help Chu Yun get rid of all suspicion. That's right. I am indeed looking forward to it. The crown prince of the dragons nodded while gnashing his teeth. Since that's the case, then let's begin. You don't have to worry about anything. I've already driven away all the sea beasts in this area. Killing intent flashed through Qin Feiyang's eyes. He held the blood-red sword in his hand while the castle floated above him. His blood-red hair fluttered in the air, and he looked like a demon king who had descended to the world. Kill him. The crown prince of the dragons roared. The golden spear instantly erupted with dazzling divine light, and the golden dragon pattern on it seemed as if it had come to life. It carried the might to destroy the world as it charged madly towards Qin Feiyang. You want to kill me? You couldn't last time, and you can't do it this time either. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disdain, and he didn't retreat at all. He slashed with the blood-red sword, and a loud clang resounded as a terrifying wave of air surged madly towards the surroundings. The area was instantly reduced to nothingness. Qin Feiyang took a few steps back and looked at Chu Yun. I have a clear conscience towards your demon palace, but you actually joined forces with the dragons to deal with me. How disappointing. Humph. Chu Yun grunted coldly, and the crimson sword recovered. Sword light dyed the sky as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. You'll pay the price for your betrayal. Killing intent surged in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He waved his hand, and the castle obliterated the sky as it collided with the crimson sword. The collision between the three sovereign weapons and the slaughtered domain was extremely terrifying. Chu Yun, the crown prince of the dragons, and the other 4 followers all retreated repeatedly. This was because they couldn't participate in the battle now. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who was holding the blood-red sword and fighting with the golden spear, not only the crown prince of the dragons, but even the 2 followers also revealed looks of envy. Although they were all supreme experts who had grasped the ultimate profoundness, they couldn't resist at all in the face of a sovereign weapon, let alone fight head-on like Qin Feiyang. One of the followers came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at the crown prince of the dragons, saying, "Your Highness, quickly inform the second princess and the others." The crown prince of the dragons quivered and immediately took out the divine voice stone. That's right. As long as the other princes and princesses rushed over, Qin Feiyang's trap would be his own grave. However, just as he was about to send the message, a monstrous divine might suddenly erupted from the sea below. Following that, he saw a black-clothed young man holding a horsetail whisk and charging into the sky at lightning speed. It's him. Oh no. Protect His Highness. Seeing this, the 4 followers' faces changed drastically and they hurriedly took the crown prince of the dragons away. Hey! The black-clothed young man was naturally the white-eyed wolf. He grinned and the power of the horsetail whisk was vast and mighty like a torrent of beasts, instantly drowning the sky. The bodies of Chu Yun, the first prince of the dragon clan, and the 4 followers were all bleeding. The cracks were shocking. As for the first prince of the dragon clan, needless to say, the divine voice transmission stone in his hand was shattered on the spot. At this moment, except for Chu Yun, the crown prince of the dragons and the others fell into despair. All the divine voice stones were destroyed, and there was no way to send a message to the second princess of the dragons and the others. The most important thing was, right now, they were too far away from the golden sword and the red sword, and the two sovereign weapons couldn't come to rescue them in time. In the face of a sovereign weapon like the horsetail whisk, there was no way they could survive. In fact, they had thought of the horsetail whisk at first. However, they thought that the horsetail whisk was on Qin Feiyang and was prepared to catch them off guard. However, they never thought that this person would be so cunning. He actually had someone bring the horsetail whisk and hide in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act. As expected, this was a meticulously planned conspiracy. They didn't have any chance to resist at all. What did I tell you just now? I told you not to chase, but you didn't believe me. Now, you're going to lose your life here. The white-eyed wolf laughed mockingly. The pressure of the horsetail whisk firmly imprisoned the six of them, and they couldn't even self-destruct their bodies. Moreover, the pressure was like a mountain that was madly crushing their bodies. Chu Yun's expression was also extremely painful. She transmitted her voice, "White-eyed wolf, just kill me. Before I left my soul in the demon palace. Is that so? Then I'll be at ease and attack." The white-eyed wolf secretly chuckled. The horsetail whisk's pressure once again soared to another level. Accompanied by screams, the bodies of the six people shattered one after another, leaving behind only their souls. Even Chu Yun was the same. "Stinking woman, how dare you betray us? I'll kill you first." The white-eyed wolf looked at Chu Yun with a fierce glint in his eyes. He took a step forward and slapped towards Chu Yun's soul. Chu Yun's beautiful face turned pale, and her soul was immediately destroyed. Seeing Chu Yun fall, the first prince of the dragons and the others became even more terrified. However, after killing Chu Yun, the white-eyed wolf didn't make any more moves. He scanned the void and asked the horsetail whisk, "Did you find anything like a spatial divine object?" "Yes. They all have spatial divine objects, but they have already shattered along with their bodies." The horsetail whisk replied. "Then did you find anyone else?" The white-eyed wolf asked again. "No." The horsetail whisk said. "Then it seems that the fire dragon is indeed not with them." "How lucky." The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. In fact, the one he wanted to kill the most was the fire dragon. Thinking back to all these years, the fire dragon had repeatedly come to find trouble with them and made them extremely embarrassed every time. Just thinking about it made him angry. However, he had to admit that the fire dragon was really lucky to be able to escape every time. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at the horsetail whisk and said, "Severely injure their souls and then go help little Qin Zi." "Okay." The horsetail whisk replied. More than half of the souls of the first prince of the dragons and the others were immediately destroyed by the power of the horsetail whisk. Then, they shattered the sky and rushed towards the golden spear like lightning. "Don't be nervous. I won't kill you yet." The white-eyed wolf glanced at the broken souls of the five people and grinned. He activated the power of laws and formed a palm-sized barrier to imprison the souls of the five people. Then, he looked at the battlefield where Qin Feiyang was and shouted, "You asked me to kill you with one blow, and I did it. Now it's time to see your performance. Leave that sovereign divine weapon behind." Chapter 3487. Hearing the white-eyed wolf's roar, Qin Feiyang was finally relieved. He was afraid that an accident would happen and all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, the white-eyed wolf was quite reliable at the critical moment. Boom! The horsetail whisk rushed over aggressively. "Go!" Seeing this, the golden spear roared and suddenly blasted toward the blood-red long sword. Qin Feiyang was immediately sent flying. Immediately. Under Qin Feiyang's astonished gaze, the golden spear flew away without looking back. What's going on? Not only Qin Feiyang, but also the castle, the horsetail whisk, and the red long sword were a little confused. Logically speaking, shouldn't the golden spear try its best to find an opportunity to take away the divine souls of the crown prince and the other dragons? But now, it actually left so decisively. Qin Feiyang, keep up the good work. The red long sword came back to its senses and secretly encouraged Qin Feiyang. Then, it also flew away like lightning. Are we still chasing it? Qin Feiyang looked at the castle and the horsetail whisk. The castle said lightly, if you can guarantee that you can catch it, then we will accompany you. Guarantee? Qin Feiyang's face stiffened. Who could guarantee this? After all, the other party was a sovereign divine weapon. With his current speed, he was not even qualified to eat dust behind. Forget it. Capturing the first prince of the dragon race and his men is not a waste of effort. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Then, he stepped on the space-time step and rushed toward the white-eyed wolf. The castle and the horsetail whisk followed closely behind. What's going on? Seeing Qin Feiyang fly over so quickly, the white-eyed wolf looked a little surprised. They ran away. They are quite decisive. It was too late to stop them. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ran away? The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. He pointed at the remnant souls imprisoned in the enchantment and frowned. Aren't we going to save them? Looks like you don't want to save him. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Ugh. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Then he said angrily, you're so useless. The horsetail whisk went to help, but you still let it escape. What do you mean? That's a sovereign weapon, not a heaven-defying one, okay? Why don't you give it a try? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Who in the sky cloud realm could guarantee that they could stop a sovereign divine weapon? Besides, he didn't expect the golden spear to flee so decisively. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf's expression stiffened. He smiled and said, then forget it. I don't have that ability. Of course you don't have that ability. Suddenly, the voice of the first prince of the dragons sounded. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were taken aback. They turned their heads to look at the enchantment. The remnant soul of the first prince of the dragons gradually condensed into the shape of a divine dragon. Although it was a little blurry, it was obvious that there was a trace of anger and resentment in his eyes. And strangely, there seemed to be a hint of ridicule. We don't, but you do. The white-eyed wolf looked at him disdainfully. The first prince of the dragons glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, who are you? Take a guess. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Not interested. The first prince of the dragons shook his head. The white-eyed wolf shook his body and immediately returned to his original form. So it's you. The first prince of the dragons suddenly realized. Yes. It's you, brother wolf. Do you have anything to say now? Feel free to say whatever you want. The white-eyed wolf smiled playfully. The first prince of the dragons took a deep breath and ignored the white-eyed wolf. His gaze fell on Qin Feiyang and said, you win again this time. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Have you figured out how to fuse with my eye of heaven? The first prince of the dragons asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang didn't deny it. It's too early for you to be happy. Although I've fallen into your hands, it doesn't mean that you've won. It's not that easy to fuse with my eye of heaven. The first prince of the dragon's mocking tone became more and more obvious. Then he said, how about this? It's meaningless to always use a dominator weapon, and it won't show off our strength. Why don't we find a time and place to have a fair duel without relying on any dominator weapons? What? A duel to the death? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The white-eyed wolf, the castle, and the horsetail whisk were also surprised. This guy must have been scared out of his wits. Otherwise, why would he say such nonsense? He was only a remnant soul now. How could he be qualified to challenge Qin Feiyang to a duel? You must be wondering if I'm crazy right now. I don't know my own situation. A prisoner who's about to be killed dares to challenge you to a duel. Am I right? The first prince of the dragons asked. Isn't that right? If we want to kill you now, we can just move our fingers. What right do you have to challenge little Qin Zi to a duel? The white-eyed wolf sneered. At first, I thought that you were quite powerful. After all, I was tricked by you this time and didn't have a chance to turn things around. But now, it seems that you're just a so-so. The first prince of the dragons laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, "What do you think? Do you want to challenge me? We won't use the divine weapon or the killing domain. We'll rely on our own means." Qin Feiyang frowned. What did this person mean? How could he be so calm when he was about to die? Wait. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and he looked at the first prince of the dragons in surprise. What's wrong? The white-eyed wolf noticed the change in Qin Feiyang's expression and was shocked. Did he really miss something? It seems that you found out. The first prince of the dragons laughed. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and a monstrous anger surged in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "You left your divine soul in the dragon nest?" What? The white-eyed wolf's body trembled. His divine soul was left in the dragon nest? Then wouldn't he have worked for nothing? That's right. There's a saying that humans learn from their mistakes. Last time in the Een Demon Land, I almost died at your hands and learned about your methods and brains. Naturally, I didn't dare to be careless again. So this time, I left my divine soul in the dragon nest in advance. The first prince of the dragons chuckled, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and said jokingly, "Do you still think I'm a prisoner now? Now do you know why the golden dragons left so decisively?" Damn it. The white-eyed wolf's hair stood on end. He had worked so hard for half a day, but it really was for nothing. You didn't work for nothing, because I really did fall into your trap, and I really did feel an even greater sense of humiliation and anger. This humiliation and anger is making me lose my mind. As the first prince of the dragons, I've been the sun of everyone's eyes since I was young. But in the end, I lost to you, Qin Feiyang, one after another. Especially since you also opened the eye of heaven like me. This makes me even angrier. Both of us have opened the eye of heaven, so why did I fall into your trap again and again? Is it because you have the power of the violet gold dragon bloodline? I refuse to accept this. The bloodline power of the five-clawed divine dragon is the noblest, purest, and most orthodox bloodline power of the dragons. The eye of heaven, bloodline power, the two of us are destined to be mortal enemies. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you. Then let us have a real contest. If I lose, I'll give you the eye of heaven, including my life, with both hands. Do you dare? The first prince of the dragons shouted, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Qin Feiyang stared at the first prince of the dragons, his eyes extremely gloomy. He truly couldn't accept the fact that he had worked for nothing. In order to deal with the first prince of the dragons, he had spent the last 2 days thinking, but he had never imagined that he would end up with nothing. Yes. The first prince of the dragons was right. He had won this contest, but he wasn't happy at all. Instead, he felt a sense of defeat in his heart. Crack. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said coldly, "What's there to be afraid of? The time and place, you choose. If I lose, I will also give you the eye of heaven and my life." Great. I will inform you of the time and place when the time comes. You just have to be prepared. Because when the time comes, I will return the humiliation and anger you brought to me 1,000 times over. The first prince of the dragons laughed, and his soul automatically dissipated in the enchantment. At the same time, the 4 followers were the same. It was obvious that they had left their souls in the dragon's nest. I'm going crazy. The white-eyed wolf looked at the empty enchantment and couldn't help but roar. Qin Feiyang's expression was also ugly. He had calculated everything, but he still missed something. Although the plan was very successful, he still felt uncomfortable. It's fine. Keep up the good work. The castle comforted him and went straight to the black tortoise world. Sigh. The horsetail whisk sighed and comforted with a smile, "Don't be discouraged. Although you didn't get the eye of heaven, you still showed your strength. Otherwise, the first prince of the dragons wouldn't have issued you a challenge. Can you not say nice things? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. No. I'm telling the truth. Why did he issue you a challenge? That's because he saw how powerful you are and couldn't find a way to deal with you, so he had to grit his teeth and have a fair duel with you. To be honest, I feel sorry for him. To think that the first prince of the dragon race would be forced into such a state by a human. The horsetail whisk smiled. Okay, go rest. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Okay. The horsetail whisk responded and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Not good at all. The white-eyed wolf looked around and said angrily to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the ingrate, and then strands of cold light suddenly shot out from his eyes. He raised his head to look at the horizon and sneered. If you're displeased, then go find someone to vent it on. Find who? The white-eyed wolf paused and then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Find the other princes and princesses while there's still time in the slaughter zone. Moreover, we can't waste so much blood. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Yes, find them. The white-eyed wolf nodded and waved his paw. A space-time passage appeared in the void and then the man and wolf walked in with murderous intent. Chapter 3488. Eastern Continent. At the entrance of the Een Demon Land. There were more people lingering at the entrance than before. Brother, I want to ask you something. What is it? Are you in the Een Demon Land? For the past 1,000 years, I've been training in the Een Demon Land. I admire you. Since you've been training here for 1,000 years, you must know about Qin Feiyang's situation. Qin Feiyang? Yes, there's a rumor that Qin Feiyang and the others appeared in the Een Demon Land. Is this true? Oh, this. It's true. I saw them enter the Een Demon Land with my own eyes. He really did come to the Een Devil Land. What happened after he entered the Een Devil Land? It's a long story. I heard that a mysterious force appeared in the central region. The people and beasts of this force have a blood mark between their eyebrows. Their strength is stronger than ordinary people. It's said that Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Pei Tianhong, and Wang Changyuan fought with this mysterious force in the depths of the central region. As for what happened in the end, no one knows. I didn't expect this rumor to be true. Anyone who has been to the Een Demon Land knows about this. It's not a secret. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended above the entrance. The people lingering at the entrance looked up. Their eyes trembled. They saw a man and a wolf standing in the air. Their bodies were filled with killing intent. Especially the man. He was holding a blood-red sword. His entire body seemed to be bathed in blood. Isn't that Qin Feiyang and Golden-Winged Wolf King? Is that the legendary slaughter domain? So terrifying. It's on par with the sovereign weapon. However, why did he activate the slaughter domain and come to the land of Een Devils? Everyone was shocked. This was the first time for many people to see the slaughter domain, and they were filled with shock. As soon as Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared, they lowered their heads and scanned the mountains and rivers below. At the same time, they activated their divine senses and sent them in all directions. Brother Qin, may I ask, who are you looking for? If it is, tell us. Maybe we've seen it before, because us brothers have always been in the Een Devil Land. A middle-aged man in black raised his head and asked Qin Feiyang. Behind him stood 5 middle-aged men. This was a small team. Teams like this not only existed in the Een Devil Lands, but also in the various Forbidden Lands. After all, with your strength alone, it was not easy to survive in the various great forbidden areas. Thus, many people would choose to form teams with others so that they could look after each other. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to implicate innocent people. Qin Feiyang smiled and withdrew his divine sense. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, to the land of buried gods. Because no one from the dragon clan could be found here. The white-eyed wolf nodded and also withdrew his divine sense. He activated the law of space and a transmission channel appeared. Immediately, one man and one wolf entered the transmission channel without looking back. What's the situation? They actually want to go to the land of buried gods? Why don't we go and take a look? Let's go. They must be looking for someone important. Everyone was discussing. The land of buried gods was located between the eastern and northern continents. The degree of danger was no less than the Devil lands. Every day, countless people or beasts died in the land of buried gods. At the entrance, it was still a series of steep mountains. At the entrance, there were many people recuperating. Some of them even had serious injuries. Boom! Suddenly, the two powerful auras descended. The people below were shocked and looked up. It's them. At a glance, they recognized Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Looking at the slaughter domain and the blood-red sword, whether it was a human or a beast, their eyes were filled with awe. Not a single word. One man and one wolf released their divine sense at the same time, rolling in all directions. In an instant, it covered tens of millions of miles, but they still couldn't find any trace of the prince and princess of the dragons. What's the situation? Aren't they blocking the entrances of these forbidden areas? Could it be that they gave up the blockade after we attacked the prince of the blood dragon clan in the land of heavy domain? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang was silent. Suddenly, his face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that we won't continue." Why? The white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "The first prince of the dragons is not dead, so the other princes and princesses should have received the news." "You mean, they have all withdrawn now?" The white-eyed wolf asked. "I don't think they just withdrew. Now, they should all stay together, and they might even be looking for us." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he lowered his head and whispered a few words in the white-eyed wolf's ear. "Okay." The white-eyed wolf nodded and opened the space-time transmission channel. "I don't believe that we can't even find one entrance to the land of heavy domain in the southern continent." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly, and stepped into the transmission channel with the white-eyed wolf without looking back. They left just like that? They still want to go to the entrance of the land of heavy domain in the southern continent? What's the situation? Everyone looked at each other. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura descended, led by a few young men and women, and their eyes emitted a piercing cold light. Behind them, there were two followers, and their aura was unfathomable. That's right. They were the other princes and princesses of the dragons. At first, when they received the news from the first prince, they immediately gathered and went to White Crane Island, ready to catch Qin Feiyang off guard. However, when they rushed to White Crane Island, it was already empty. Then they thought that Qin Feiyang might come to hunt them down. After all, the prince of the Blood Dragon clan was attacked by Qin Feiyang last time, so they used the Demon Palace's network to investigate Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. Soon, they found out that Qin Feiyang had appeared at the entrance of the Demon Land. By the time they arrived, Qin Feiyang had already left. When they inquired, they found out that Qin Feiyang had come to this place again. Thereupon, without stopping to rest, they hurried over. But in the end, they didn't see Qin Feiyang here. Where is Qin Feiyang? A woman in green looked at the people below and asked murderously. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the golden-winged wolf king were looking for them, and at the same time, there was a group of people looking for them. Speak! The woman in green shouted, and a terrifying pressure surged toward the people below. They went to the entrance of the heavy region of the southern continent. Someone hurriedly shouted. They went to the southern continent again? It seems that it's as we expected. They are preparing to hunt us down. Fortunately, we were notified in time. Otherwise, we would have been defeated by them one by one. This person is really difficult to deal with. However, since we already know where they went, it's time for us to hunt them down. What's so great about the slaughter region? What's so great about having two sovereign divine weapons? The princes and princesses snorted coldly and activated the spacetime teleportation divine artifact and walked in. Originally, they were all fighting for themselves. Because in their initial opinion, with their strength and means, it was more than enough to deal with Qin Feiyang. But now, after several confrontations, they finally realized that they had greatly underestimated this person's ability. Especially this time. The first prince came with 4 followers full of confidence, but in the end, he died before he could achieve anything. When they received the news, they were also very shocked. How could there be such a terrifying person? Therefore, they had no choice but to join forces. However, it was worth mentioning that the second princess, the third prince, and the prince of the blood dragons were nowhere to be seen. The southern continent. A desolate mountain stood at the border of the continent. At the end of the mountain, there was an endless black desert, which was the heavy region. After passing through here, one would reach the exit of the heavy region of the western continent. However, at the entrance of the heavy region of the southern continent, there was not a single creature at this time. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Clang! Suddenly, accompanied by a loud noise, a door flashing with divine light opened. The woman in green and the others rushed out aggressively, but when they saw the empty entrance, their expressions suddenly froze. What's going on? Didn't they say that they came to the southern continent? Where is he now? Something's not right. Not only did we not see Qin Feiyang and the golden-winged wolf king, but we also didn't see any other humans or beasts. Previously, I was responsible for blocking the entrance here. Before I left, there were still many humans cultivating here. A young muscular man with his upper body exposed glanced at the entrance in surprise. Hearing the muscular man's words, the woman in green and the other's pupils shrank slightly. Something must have happened since it was so abnormal. She immediately prepared to release her divine sense. Clang! But at this moment, accompanied by a deafening sword cry, a blood-red sword chi flooded the sky like a raging wave and instantly shrouded a group of people. Ah! Screams suddenly sounded. Whether it was the princes, princesses, or the group of followers, their bodies were shattered by the terrifying sword chi on the spot. Blood dyed the sky red. Boom! Clang! However, just as the group of people's divine souls were about to be annihilated, the aura of the sovereign divine weapons emerged and instantly disintegrated the blood-red sword chi. There they are. One of the followers pointed at the mountain peak not far away and roared angrily. The others followed his finger and immediately saw a spacetime portal on the mountain peak. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were standing in front of the portal. If it weren't for the sovereign divine weapons, you would have been dead by now. You want to hunt us down with such little ability? Go back, wash up, and sleep early. The white-eyed wolf sneered and followed Qin Feiyang into the spacetime portal without looking back. Bastard! The group of princesses and princes were furious. The group of followers looked at the rapidly dissipating spacetime portal and fell silent. Chapter 3489. The princes and princesses were angry and unwilling, but the group of followers were more afraid and in awe. They were once again schemed against by Qin Feiyang and were almost wiped out. No. In fact, it was no different from being wiped out. Because their physical bodies were all destroyed. As the white-eyed wolf said, if it weren't for their sovereign divine weapons, they would have been destroyed. The most terrifying thing was the brains and schemes of Qin Feiyang and the others. Because it was obvious. Qin Feiyang and the others had already thought of it. They had joined forces. And they also guessed that they were looking for them. Therefore, Qin Feiyang and the others beat them at their own game and deliberately exposed their whereabouts, luring them here and giving them a fatal blow. It could be said that every step was within the calculations of Qin Feiyang and the others. They had been led by the nose. Your Highness, let's go back to the dragon's nest. One of the followers looked at the divine soul of the woman in green and sighed. Back to the dragon's nest? The woman in green raised her eyebrows. Yes. Back to the dragon's nest. The follower nodded. The other followers were also silent. They also agreed to go back to the dragon's nest. Because in these few battles, the dragons had never been able to gain the upper hand. They were all suppressed by Qin Feiyang and the others. The first prince, the second princess, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the princes and princesses standing in front of them had successively fallen in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others. Now, only the little princess was left safe and sound. In short, they had already lost confidence in their own princesses and princes. It was impossible for them to fight against Qin Feiyang and the others. The gap was too big. I'm not going back. It's embarrassing to go back now. I can't take this lying down. The princesses and princes snorted coldly. Seeing this, the group of followers sighed. Couldn't they see the reality clearly? Qin Feiyang and the others, whether in terms of brains or means, were better than them. Did they have to wait until they died in the hands of the other party before they were willing to give up? The southern continent. Outside the entrance of the Een Devil Land, in the air above a mountain range, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf stood facing the wind. Awesome! The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. Although he did not manage to kill a group of people, he managed to destroy a group of people's physical bodies. It could be considered as venting his anger. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the Een Devil Land and felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. He smiled faintly and said, apart from the dragon race's little princess, the other princes and princesses have all suffered disastrous losses. Next, they should choose to return to the dragon nest. Return to the dragon nest? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, not necessarily. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. They are all proud and arrogant people. How can they swallow this insult? I can guarantee that they will continue to stay outside and think of ways to deal with us. The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he felt that it made sense. However, this little princess of the dragons, shouldn't we teach her a lesson? I don't believe that she doesn't know that the first prince left his soul in the dragon nest. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Not necessarily. When you met her, you also heard what she said. She and the first prince of the dragons are not on good terms. There are many things about the first prince of the dragons that she doesn't know. Simply put, they are both guarding against each other. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although they each had their own motives, he had to admit that they needed the little princess of the dragons as an ally. Therefore, he did not agree to attack the little princess of the dragons. Then, why don't we stay here for a while? If the dragons really want to return to the dragon nest, this is the only way. We can also give them a fatal blow. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and said, Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. He suppressed the aura of the blood-red sword and activated the concealment technique. The man and wolf immediately hid in the void. Time passed little by little. The time of the slaughter domain was finally over. But until now, the group of dragons had not arrived. Obviously, these people did not choose to return to the dragon nest. When the slaughter domain ended, Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The blood-red sword dissipated, and the murderous aura also subsided. Then what are we going to do now? The white-eyed wolf turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Now, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing, and said, It's time to go to the other 3 forbidden areas to take a look. By the way, that white-bearded old man, where did you throw him? I threw him in the sky cloud sea. As for whether he's dead or alive now, I don't know. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. After thinking for a while, he frowned. I don't know why, but I always feel that this white-bearded old man doesn't seem to be as simple as he seems on the surface. You're thinking too much. When he was being chased by the first prince of dragons and the others, you didn't see his frightened look, and it didn't seem to be an act at all. The white-eyed wolf disdained. Maybe it's my imagination. Qin Feiyang whispered. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound transmission god stone rang. Qin Feiyang took out the sound transmission god stone and took a look, then brought the white-eyed wolf into the black tortoise realm. Then, he activated the sound transmission god stone, and Elder Hua's shadow quickly appeared. Elder Hua chuckled, your actions are a bit fast. Not long after you killed the first prince of dragons, you destroyed the bodies of the other princes and princesses. The first prince is not dead. Qin Feiyang shook his head. This old man already knows. I also didn't expect that he would actually leave his divine soul in the dragon nest. Elder Hua sighed. How did you know? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. When you were fighting on White Crane Island, this old man hid in the dark and watched the battle. Don't be discouraged. Although it didn't go as planned this time, the plan was still very successful. Elder Hua smiled slightly, his eyes filled with encouragement. It's not that I'm discouraged, it's just that my heart is filled with anxiety. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You young people are not easily satisfied. If it was this old man who could achieve this step, would definitely feel a little proud in my heart. Elder Hua shook his head, then said, I'm sending you a message now because I have a piece of news to tell you. Those princesses and princes are currently recuperating in the He clan. He clan? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did it sound a little familiar? The white-eyed wolf looked at Elder Hua and asked, is it the #1 family in the southern continent, the He clan? Yes. Elder Hua nodded. The white-eyed wolf nodded, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, do you still remember when we came out of the Yin Demon Land, we met someone called Yun Zifeng? Yun Zifeng, Qin Feiyang muttered, then patted his head and nodded, I remember now. At that time, I thought that this person was pretty good. Yun Zifeng was from the Yun clan, which was the #2 family in the southern continent. The old ancestor of the Yun clan was the deputy hall master of the deities Templar. The He clan was the #1 family in the southern continent, and the old ancestor of the deities Templar was also the hall master of the deities Templar. According to Pei Tianhong, there was a deep grudge between the two families. Pei Tianhong even suggested that he should rope in the Yun clan. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Hua and asked, why did they go to the He clan to recuperate? I think, firstly, they just happened to be in the southern continent. Secondly, they might have noticed the He clan's strength and wanted to rope them in to deal with you. After all, once you have the He clan support, it's equivalent to having the deities Templar support. Elder Hua said. Qin Feiyang frowned, but the He clan doesn't have the final say in the deities Templar. There's still the Yin clan. Elder Hua was slightly stunned, then he smiled. It seems that you already know the deities Templar situation. Old Pei told me before. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. Elder Hua suddenly smiled. He had forgotten that Qin Feiyang still had Pei Tianhong by his side. Pei Tianhong basically knew what he knew, so he immediately said, the deities Templar's power shouldn't be underestimated. You mean, you want me to rope in the He clan? Qin Feiyang asked. In front of the powerful dragons, how could the He clan choose to stand with you? Not everyone in the Sky Cloud domain supports you like the Demonic Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Elder Hua rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and asked, then, what do you mean? Start with the Yin clan. The He clan will definitely choose to follow the dragons. And the Yin clan, which is opposing the He clan, is an opportunity for you. However, this matter is still up to you to decide. Elder Hua said. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, then, who is in charge of the deities Templar's sovereign divine weapon? Everyone knew that the most important thing for a force was the sovereign divine weapon. Having the sovereign divine weapon was equivalent to having great power. The dragons and his group would go to the He clan. On one hand, they valued the deities Templar's power. On the other hand, it was because of the sovereign divine weapon. Therefore, if they really wanted to rope in, they would definitely rope in the side with the sovereign divine weapon. The deities Templar is a little special. Therefore, the sovereign divine weapon is placed in the sacred ground of the deity's Templar. And this place, it is said that the two old ancestors of the He clan and the Yun clan have to take out the key at the same time to open it and take out the sovereign divine weapon. Elder Hua explained. Qin Feiyang asked, that means, they don't have direct control over it? No. In layman's terms, this sovereign divine weapon doesn't belong to anyone. It is the shared property of the two families. Elder Hua nodded. Then, this is interesting. If the He clan really cooperates with the dragons, then the He clan will definitely use the dragon's hands to seize the other key from the Yun clan and obtain the right to control the sovereign divine weapon. At that time, the Yun clan will no longer have the qualifications to fight with the He clan. Qin Feiyang laughed. That's right. In these years, the He clan has already shown signs of suppressing the Yun clan. Once the He clan obtains the sovereign divine weapon, the Yun clan will definitely be the first target to be eliminated. I believe that the Yun clan is also very clear about this. But now, the Yun clan still doesn't know that the dragons have entered the He clan. At that time, they won't even have the slightest bit of defense. So at this time, if you think that the Yun clan's power is useful to you, you can try to find them. Elder Hua said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled, then, let me think about it. Alright, this old man won't interfere in your matters. You can decide for yourself. Elder Hua smiled faintly. Because Qin Feiyang's performance was already quite outstanding, he couldn't do anything about it. It might even be more of a hindrance. Chapter 3490. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked with concern, how's Chuyun now? She's doing well. She's reconstructing her divine soul and body. Elder Hua smiled. Please apologize to her for me. Qin Feiyang sighed. We're all family. There's nothing to be sorry about. Elder Hua waved his hand. Qin Feiyang felt extremely moved. Even though he was facing a colossus like the dragon race, the demon royal halls and the loose cultivator alliance still supported him. There was a saying that went, true love is only revealed in adversity. He couldn't forget this kind of friendship. Oh, right. Did you help the alliance leader and the others unlock the door of potential? Elder Hua suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned to the white-eyed wolf and asked, did you give them any pills? Well, I think so, but I don't think so. The white-eyed wolf was also unsure. There were too many things happening every day and he could not remember them all. I can't remember either. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He pondered for a moment and said, how about this? Regardless of whether they've opened it or not, we'll give them some pills. Even if they don't need them, we can leave them for their descendants. If that's the case, shouldn't you give some to the demonic palace too? Elder Hua chuckled. Of course. Qin Feiyang laughed. Brat, I didn't misjudge you. Elder Hua smiled and said, then you guys can go and do your work. Don't forget to cultivate when you're free. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and patted his head. He looked at Elder Hua and said, by the way, help me investigate the fire dragon's whereabouts. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for you. I'll send you a message as soon as I have any news. Elder Hua said. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully and turned off the divine sound transmission stone. Then, he entered the ancient castle and took out 100 pills that could unlock the door of potential. The pills that Dan Wangkai refined were all left in the pill refining room, so if he wanted them, he could just go and get them. Send it to the Devil Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Be careful when you go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Don't let the little princess of the dragons discover you. Qin Feiyang gave the pills to the white-eyed wolf and instructed. It's a piece of cake. The white-eyed wolf bared his fangs. After leaving the black tortoise world, he activated the space-time law and disappeared without a trace. It would be great if I could master the laws of space-time as well. Frankly speaking. Seeing the white-eyed wolf running around with his space-time laws activated, he felt a little envious. Immediately after. He landed on the peak of a nearby mountain and lowered his head to ponder. Yun family, He clan, it seemed that the trip to the other 3 forbidden areas would have to be delayed a little longer. Because if he went to the 3 forbidden areas first and waited for the He clan to gain control of the sovereign divine weapon and then eliminate the Yun family in one fell swoop, then it would be too late to do anything. Wait. Is this Yun Zifeng related to Yun Ziang? Qin Feiyang muttered. Their surnames were the same, and their names only differed by one word. It was really hard to believe that they were not related. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang took out the sound transmission god stone and sent a message to Yueqing. After a while, Yueqing's shadow finally appeared. Qin Dage. In front of Qin Feiyang, Yueqing was very obedient and gentle. Are you still in the western continent? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yueqing nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, did the dragons come to find you? Yes. Miao Miao and I were brought to them for questioning. However, we have already said that our relationship with you is not as good as everyone thinks. We just want your help to establish Tianyue Tower in the eastern and western continents quickly. In addition, the Demon Hall and the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance helped us to verify, so the dragons had no doubts. Yueqing smiled. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, in the eyes of the dragons, the Demon Hall, the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance, and your Tianyue Tower are all ungrateful snobs. It doesn't matter what the dragons think, as long as we have a clear conscience in our hearts. Yueqing said. Good attitude. Qin Feiyang nodded approvingly and asked, did Yun Ziang contact you during this period? No. After he left, he did not contact us. We took the initiative to contact him, but we never got in touch. Yueqing sighed, her face was full of worry. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows and asked, then did he reveal his identity to you? Identity? Yueqing was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, what identity does he have? When Qin Feiyang heard this, he shook his head and said, I don't know either. I just met someone recently. This person's name is almost the same as Yun Ziang's, so I wanted to ask if he is related to Yun Ziang. The same name as Big Brother Yun? Yueqing was surprised. This person is called Yun Zifeng, a member of the southern continent's Yun family. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yun Zifeng? Yueqing pondered for a while and shook her head. I have never heard Big Brother Yun mention this name before. It should be a coincidence. After all, there are so many people in the Sky Cloud realm, and there are even people with the same name, not to mention a difference of one character. That's true. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded with a smile. Okay, take care of yourself. Okay. You take care too. Yueqing smiled sweetly. Qin Feiyang turned off the sound transmission god stone, shook his head, and put it away. Perhaps he was really thinking too much. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the void in front of him and felt 2 auras rushing over. Could it be people from the dragons? Immediately, he activated the concealment art again and instantly hid in the void. Soon, 2 figures entered his line of sight. It was a man and a woman, but they were not the princess and prince of the dragons. Both of them looked young, about 20 years old, and their cultivation was not bad, at the Dominator realm. Qin Feiyang didn't care at first, as long as they were not the princess and prince of the dragons, it was fine, but when he retracted his gaze, he suddenly found them a little familiar. He pondered carefully and patted his head. So it was them. They were really fated. When the man and woman passed by the peak of the mountain, they didn't stop at all and flew straight to the Een Devil land. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself for a while, and then followed him silently. Not long later, he followed the man and woman into a forest outside the entrance of the Een Devil land. Surprisingly, there were 3 other figures in the forest. The leader was also a young man, wearing a purple robe. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had an extraordinary temperament, but there was a trace of gloominess between his brows. Behind him, there were 2 black-robed men, expressionless and incomparably cold. The purple-robed young man's cultivation was at the Dominator realm, while the two black-robed men were at the peak Dominator realm. The man and woman landed in the forest and walked in front of the purple-robed young man, with a fawning smile on their faces, and said, "Sorry to have made young Master Tian wait." "It's fine." The purple-robed young man called young Master Tian waved his hand and then asked, "Do you know why I'm here?" "Please tell us, young Master Tian." The man and woman looked at the purple-robed young man. Young Master Tian smiled. 2 days ago, this young master heard about the grudge between you and Yun Zifeng. This young master thought about it and decided that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so this young master decided to help you solve this problem. Really? The man and woman looked at each other, and a trace of joy climbed up their faces. Of course. Young Master Tian nodded and smiled. Let's not talk about the grudge between me and Yun Zifeng. Even if we're all disciples of the deity's palace, this young master can't just leave you in the lurch. Thank you, young Master Tian. The man and woman were extremely grateful. Young Master Tian said, however, you have to cooperate with me. As long as we can solve this problem, we'll do anything. The man and woman said without hesitation. Okay. Now, send him a message and tell him to come here. As long as you can trick him here, this young master will guarantee that he won't be able to return. Young Master Tian smiled coldly, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, the man and woman lowered their heads and pondered. Interesting. Qin Feiyang had been standing not far away, watching this scene with his own eyes. He didn't expect that someone would dare to set up a trap to kill Yun Zifeng. One had to know that Yun Zifeng was a member of the Yun family. Without a similar background, who would have such guts? Therefore, this so-called young Master Tian's identity was definitely not ordinary. Wait. For him, wasn't this an opportunity to get close to the Yun family? Yun Zifeng was a disciple of the Yun family. As long as he saved Yun Zifeng later, Yun Zifeng would definitely be grateful to him. At that time, through this relationship, it would be easier to get close to the upper echelons of the Yun family. At this time, the young woman gritted her teeth, looked at the young man beside her, and said, "I'll send him a message." The young man was stunned and frowned. "You didn't erase his contract bridge?" "No. I left his contract bridge in case I need it in the future." The young woman sneered. The man nodded and said, "So it's like that. I thought you really liked him and wanted to leave a way out for yourself." "What do you mean? If I really liked him, would I have followed you to the edge of the world for so long?" The woman glared at the man angrily. Seeing this, the young man in purple said, "Stop arguing, hurry up, don't waste my time." Okay. The man and woman hurriedly nodded. The young woman took out the divine sound transmission stone. After a while, the divine sound transmission stone finally reacted, and the shadow of another young man in purple appeared. That's right, he was Yun Zifeng. "Lu Mei, you stinking bitch, you dare to send me a message?" When Yun Zifeng saw the woman, monstrous anger immediately climbed up his face. "Don't be so agitated." Lu Mei snorted and said indifferently, "This time, I'm sending you a message to ask you, are you going to give me and Zhang Chuan a way out?" "A way out? Do you think it's possible?" Yun Zifeng laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Okay. Then come to the Een Demon Land now. We'll deal with it once and for all. But you're only allowed to come alone, otherwise you can forget about seeing us." After Lu Mei finished speaking, she turned off the divine sound transmission stone. And this Lu Mei and Zhang Chuan next to her were the ones who deceived Yun Zifeng. Moreover, at that time, the two of them pretended to be pitiful in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, and almost used their hands to kill Yun Zifeng, Old Black, and the others. Therefore, Qin Feiyang had a deep impression of these two people. Chapter 3491. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei before looking at the purple-clothed youth. "Young Master Tian, where did this person come from? How dare he plot against Yun Zifeng?" One had to know. As a member of the second most powerful family, Yun Zifeng's status and identity were not to be trifled with. Moreover, he had two perfected dominators as his followers. Although they were worlds apart from the followers of the princes and princesses of the dragons, they were still top-notch in the 4 continents. Wait. Since the southern continent had the first and second most powerful families, there should also be a third most powerful family. Could it be that the third most powerful family in the southern continent was this so-called Tian family? Zhang Chuan looked at young Master Tian and smiled. He will definitely come and bring people with him. No worries. I know all the people around him. The strongest is a perfected dominator. Young Master Tian waved his hand. Hearing this, Zhang Chuan calmed down and smiled. Then enter the spatial divine item first and wait for him to come. Then we'll catch him off guard. Okay. Young Master Tian nodded with a cold smile in his eyes. He waved his hand and disappeared with the 2 black-clothed men. With young Master Tian's help, we can definitely solve this problem. At that time, we won't have to be on the run anymore. We can peacefully return to the temple and live our lives. Zhang Chuan held Lu Mei's hand and smiled. Okay. Lu Mei nodded with a smile on her face. As expected of an adulterous couple. Qin Feiyang muttered. In fact, anyone with a brain would know that this was a trap. Because with Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei's strength, if no one helped them, they wouldn't have the guts to ask Yun Zifeng out. He believed that Yun Zifeng would definitely know that there was something strange about this. However, just as Zhang Chuan said, even if Yun Zifeng knew, he would still come. Because Yun Zifeng couldn't stand being deceived and humiliated like this. This was completely treating him like a fool. This wasn't about being impulsive. This was about a man's face and dignity. Time flew by. About a few hundred breaths passed. Clang. Accompanied by a loud sound, a stone door suddenly appeared in the sky. A purple-clothed figure quickly walked out from within. It was Yun Zifeng. Space-time teleportation divine artifact? Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with astonishment. Although spatial divine objects weren't much in the sky cloud realm, and anyone with a bit of strength and status would have won, this space-time teleportation divine tool was extremely rare. Since Yun Zifeng actually possessed a space-time teleportation divine tool, it seemed that his position in the Yun family was not low. In the meantime, Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei also raised their heads to look at Yun Zifeng. When they saw the stone door, a trace of greed appeared in their eyes. They had coveted this space-time teleportation divine artifact for a long time. In the past, they had thought of all sorts of ways to trick Yun Zifeng into giving it to them. However, Yun Zifeng had protected it very well. Even if it was just to borrow it, he would not agree. This left them with no way to retreat. However, this was an opportunity. As long as young Master Tian got rid of this person, the space-time transmission artifact would be theirs. We're here. Zhang Chuan said. Yun Zifeng lowered his head and looked at the forest. When he saw the 2 of them, his eyes were filled with rage. He waved his hand, and the stone gate turned into a ray of light and disappeared into his body. Following closely, he took a step forward and landed in front of the 2 of them, sweeping his gaze around. Don't look, it's just the 2 of us. Zhang Chuan sneered and asked, Tell me, what do we have to do for you to give us a way out? When Yun Zifeng heard this, his brows were immediately filled with hostility. He laughed sinisterly and said, When you lied to me back then, didn't you think that there would be a day like this? Zhang Chuan chuckled and said, We didn't think about it, because we thought that you would continue to be so stupid. Yun Zifeng clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. He had taken advantage of him, yet he still called him stupid? But suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. He glanced at Lu Mei and then at Zhang Chuan. That's right, I'm stupid, but I'm a little better than you, because at least I won't let my woman go and seduce other men. Zhang Chuan's eyes darkened. This is the first time I've seen someone who likes to wear a green hat. Yun Zifeng chuckled, then looked at Lu Mei and shook his head. Actually, it's not your fault. Lu Mei looked at Yun Zifeng suspiciously. What was wrong with him? He even laughed. Why do you say it's not your fault? Because you can't do anything about it. Who told you to find such a useless man? He can only let his woman sacrifice her looks in exchange for resources and wealth. Yun Zifeng laughed loudly. He had thought it through now. What was the use of being angry? It would only make things worse for him. He might as well be more open and humiliate this adulterous couple. You, shut up. Zhang Chuan said word by word, his hands tightly clenched together. Angry out of humiliation? That's true. What can a person like you do with no status or background do? Actually, it's nothing to have no status or background. As long as you have backbone, dignity, and work hard, it's fine. But what about you? You don't even have the basic backbone and dignity of a human being. Are you worthy of being a human? I think you're no different from a dog. No. Comparing you to a dog is an insult to dogs. Because if you give a dog a bite to eat, it will at least wag its tail to thank you. Yun Zifeng sneered as he looked at Zhang Chuan like he was looking at a pitiful dog. You're courting death. Zhang Chuan's hair stood on end as a terrifying aura surged towards Yun Zifeng, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. He was an early-stage ruler. Yun Zifeng was only a half-step ruler. It was very easy for him to kill Yun Zifeng. However, there was no fear on Yun Zifeng's face. Instead, it was filled with mockery. Shua. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared in front of Yun Zifeng. They were 5 big men. 1 late-stage ruler and 4 early-stage rulers. The leader was a burly man whose entire body was black like charcoal. He was Yun Zifeng's personal bodyguard, Old Black. As soon as Old Hay appeared, he slapped out, and Zhang Chuan's aura collapsed. You actually brought people here. Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei stared angrily at Yun Zifeng. Did I say I wouldn't bring people here? Yun Zifeng's face was filled with mockery. He glanced at Old Hay and said, Kill them. No, don't kill them. Leave them alive. I want to strip them naked and hang them on the gate of the temple. Let all the disciples of the temple admire this pair of dogs. Yes. Old Hay nodded. He took a step forward and charged toward the 2. Zhang Chuan laughed and said mockingly, Yun Zifeng, do you really think I'm here to reconcile? Lu Mei's eyes were also filled with mockery. Yun Zifeng frowned. Boom. At this moment, young Master Tian led the 2 black-clothed men to attack. With lightning speed, they directly crippled Old Hay's Qi. What? Old Hay's expression changed. He endured the pain and retreated to Yun Zifeng's side. He roared at the 4 men, Protect the young master. When the 4 heard this, they immediately stood in front of Yun Zifeng and stared at young Master Tian and the other 2, their eyes full of vigilance. Bastard, it's you. Yun Zifeng looked at young Master Tian with a fierce gaze. That's right. Young Master Tian nodded. I've long thought that this matter wouldn't be so simple, but I didn't expect it to be you. Yun Zifeng's face was full of anger. It seemed that the grudge between the 2 was quite deep. There are many things that you didn't expect. Young Master Tian chuckled and glanced at Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei. At this moment, the 2 of them were standing at the side with sneers on their faces. But suddenly, young Master Tian looked at the 2 black-clothed men. The 2 understood and took a step forward at the same time. They destroyed Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei's sea of qi. Young Master Tian, what are you doing? Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei screamed and looked at young Master Tian in shock and anger. Don't you understand? You're just 2 chess pieces. Do you really think that I'm helping you? With trash like you, I feel that it's beneath me to say another word to you. Besides, although Yun Zifeng is my old rival, our 2 families are friends. If you deceived him, would I let you go? Young Master Tian's face was full of disdain. You bastard. Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei's hearts sank when they heard this. Young Master Tian looked at Yun Zifeng and chuckled. Brother, see? You didn't expect this either, right? I helped you get rid of this adulterous couple. Shouldn't you thank me? What are you trying to do? Yun Zifeng frowned. What am I trying to do? Young Master Tian smiled and waved his hand. The two black-robed men attacked again, and once again, they crushed the chi seas of the four men in front of Yun Zifeng. After all, they were peak dominators. On Yun Zifeng's side, the strongest person was only a peak dominator. How could he stop them? Seeing this scene, Yun Zifeng immediately gritted his teeth and roared, He Tian, you're courting death. He Tian? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. His surname wasn't Tian? He had always thought that this young Master Tian's surname was Tian. It turned out that his surname was He. Since his surname was He, this matter was clear. As expected, this He Tian was definitely a member of the He family. Moreover, his status in the He family was similar to Yun Zifeng's in the Yun family. He Tian looked at the exasperated Yun Zifeng and felt especially delighted. He laughed loudly and said, Even if I'm courting death, I'm still standing here. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Yun Zifeng clenched his fists tightly. He Tian, are you trying to start a war between the He family and our Yun family? Old Black was also burning with anxiety. Before coming, he had advised Yun Zifeng that there might be a trap here. However, Yun Zifeng didn't listen and insisted on coming. Now, great. He had fallen into He Tian's trap. If Yun Zifeng really died here, even if He Tian didn't kill him, when he returned to the family head wouldn't let him off. Hearing this, He Tian was stunned. He looked at Old Black and laughed. Your words are a bit funny. Is there a need to deliberately start a war between our He family and your Yun family? It has always been there. Besides, our He family isn't afraid of completely falling out with your Yun family. What do you mean? Old Black looked at He Tian in shock. Chapter 3492. He Tian laughed. It means that your Yun family is about to disappear from the southern continent. How dare you? Even your ancestor wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. Old He roared. A group of ridiculous people, they don't know that the end of the world has arrived. Soon, there will only be one overlord in the southern continent, and that is my He family. As for why? When you reach hell, maybe someone will tell you. He Tian laughed wildly, looked at the two black-clothed men, and shouted, Kill them all. The two black-clothed men nodded and immediately walked towards Yun Zifeng's group of 6. Your Excellency is a bit too complacent. Suddenly, a faint laugh sounded in the void. He Tian was slightly stunned, and immediately looked towards the source of the sound, but there was not even a shadow in the place where the sound came from. At the same time, Zhang Chuan, Lu Mei, the two black-clothed men, and Yun Zifeng's group of 6 all turned their heads to look, their faces filled with a trace of surprise. The two black-clothed men had the same doubts as He Tian. Why was there a sound, but there was no trace of a person? But Zhang Chuan, Lu Mei, and Yun Zifeng's surprise was because this voice was a bit familiar. It seems to be, it's him. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in their minds at the same time. They still remembered that when they were fighting in the Een Demon Land, they suddenly met a group of people who were so strong that they defied the heavens. The owner of this voice was the leader of the group, the white-clothed youth. He was actually here. This was too much of a coincidence. Pretending to be mysterious. Suddenly, He Tian let out a roar as his divine sense surged out in all directions. I'm not pretending to be mysterious, nor am I interested. I'm purely enjoying a good show. As the faint voice sounded, a white-clothed youth walked out of the void. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? Big brother, help me. Yun Zifeng quivered, and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted in surprise. Brother, help us, we will definitely repay you. Old He and the other four also seemed to have seen their savior. However, He Tian and the two black-clothed men revealed a trace of disdain. How strong was he? It turned out that he was just a peak dominator. Yes. After comprehending the fifth profundity of the laws of war, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had reached perfection dominator. He was only a step away from perfection dominator. He Tian looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. Since you've seen it, I'm sorry, but I have to kill you to silence you. Kill me to silence me? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He was impressed by this man's courage. How dare he say such words in front of him? Kill! He Tian shouted coldly. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the two black-robed men. At the same time, they opened their law powers and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stood motionless in front of Yun Zifeng's group of 6. He Tian thought that Qin Feiyang was scared silly, and a trace of mockery crept onto his face. However, just as the two black-clothed men's fists were about to hit him, Qin Feiyang raised both of his hands. His 5 fingers stretched out like an eagle's claw and immediately grabbed the two men's wrists. You're courting death. The two of them sneered. You're the ones courting death. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The law of cause and effect erupted like a volcano, shattering the two men's arms on the spot. The terrifying fluctuation sent the two men flying, spurting blood. What? He Tian's face changed. The two black-clothed men's faces were also pale. It was actually the law of cause and effect. So strong. Yun Zifeng's group of 6 looked at Qin Feiyang's back with admiration. Especially Yun Zifeng. The person in front of him looked similar to him, but he actually had such a strong strength. He even mastered the law of cause and effect. At the same time, Zhang Chuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he whispered, "Let's take the opportunity to escape." Lu Mei nodded. Immediately, the two of them quietly retreated, thinking that no one had noticed them. Little did they know that the person they were facing was Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang was fighting, he would never let go of any details. With a wave of his hand, the law of cause and effect emerged, and a large barrier appeared, instantly trapping the two men in place. "Brother, spare us." The two of them hurriedly begged. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, "Do you know who I am? How dare you make use of me? Have we ever made use of you?" The two of them suddenly looked aggrieved. "Last time in the Een Devil Land, you acted pitiful in front of me, wanting to borrow my hand to kill Yun Zifeng and the others. Isn't that making use of me?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. When the two of them heard this, their expressions froze. Qin Feiyang ignored the two of them and looked at He Tian's group of 3, saying, "I heard you say that the Yun family is about to disappear from the southern continent. To have such a big tone, it seems that your He family has chosen to be the dragon's claws?" Dragons? He Tian's group of 3 was stunned. Yun Zifeng's group of 6 was also suspicious. What were dragons? You still don't know about the dragons? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Could it be that the dragons group in the He family did not reveal their identity as divine dragons? "Princess, let's go." The two black-robed men came back to their senses and immediately carried He Tian away. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and used the space-time step, appearing in front of the 3 of them. The two black-robed men panicked and hurriedly cupped their hands. "We were blind and offended Your Excellency. Please forgive us." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and waved his hand. 10 golden lotuses appeared. What? This is the karma law's ultimate profundity. The two men trembled, their faces filled with fear. He actually grasped the ultimate profundity. Who exactly was this person? He Tian's face was filled with disbelief. How did Yun Zifeng know such a terrifying existence? "Your Excellency, please show mercy. My He family will definitely repay you in the future." The two men were extremely flustered. Although they were also perfected sovereigns, compared to the ultimate profundity, they were worlds apart. The other party could easily kill them. The He family's gratitude, Qin Feiyang muttered. That's right. My He family is the #1 family in the southern continent. You can have anything you want. The two men nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and revealed his white teeth. He smiled and said, "Is the #1 family that amazing?" Ah. He Tian and the other two were stunned. Yun Zifeng and the other two were stunned. Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. They never expected Qin Feiyang to say such a thing. What was the #1 family? It was the most powerful family in the entire southern continent. Not only did they control half of the temple, but they also controlled half of the southern continent's resources. Such a family was more than amazing. No one could rival them. However, this person actually disdained them. One of the black-robed men sized up Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice to the other black-robed man. It seems like this person isn't easy to deal with. You take the young master and leave. I'll stay and stop him. Okay. That person responded in the dark and swept He Tian up before rushing forward. You still don't know how to give up. Qin Feiyang muttered. The two golden lotuses carried a terrifying aura as they charged toward He Tian and He Tian. Don't even think about it. Seeing this, the black-clothed man who was blocking Qin Feiyang's way immediately released a destructive aura. Self-destruct? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and the mockery in his eyes became even thicker. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 8 golden lotuses immediately swarmed over and drowned the black-clothed man. Accompanied by a painful scream, the black-clothed man was annihilated on the spot. At the same time, the other 2 golden lotuses also landed on He Tian and He Tian. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He used the spacetime step and arrived in front of He Tian. He grabbed He Tian's shoulder and retreated. However, the black-robed man wasn't so lucky. He died on the spot, his blood splattering across the sky. This is the power of a supreme law. They're both peak sovereigns, but they can't resist at all. This is too terrifying. When Yun Zifeng and the others saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. When their gazes landed on Qin Feiyang again, not only was there reverence, there was also a trace of fear. Qin Feiyang scanned the battlefield and smiled faintly. He casually destroyed He Tian's sea of qi and landed in front of Yun Zifeng's group of 6. Yun Zifeng's group of 6 looked at each other and bowed. Greetings, young Master Qin. Young Master Qin. Zhang Chuan, Lu Mei, and He Tian were stunned. Qin Feiyang was also surprised. He threw He Tian to the ground and looked at Yun Zifeng. You recognized me? Yun Zifeng nodded. The last time I saw you, I felt that you looked familiar. When I went back and asked around, I found out that you were the famous Qin Feiyang. What? He's Qin Feiyang. Zhang Chuan and the other two's eyes trembled as they sized up Qin Feiyang in shock. That's right. He's Qin Feiyang, whose name shook the sky cloud realm. Now you know why he didn't put your He clan in his eyes. Yun Zifeng sneered as he looked at He Tian, who was sitting on the ground in a sorry state. Hearing this, He Tian's eyes were filled with fear. Who in the sky cloud realm didn't know the name Qin Feiyang? He was the terrifying existence who had single-handedly destroyed the Blood Hall. Even their He clan's old ancestor paled when he heard the name Qin Feiyang. They didn't expect to meet such a person. Qin Feiyang glanced at He Tian and then at Yun Zifeng. Since you already know my identity, why did you pretend not to know before? Yun Zifeng couldn't help but lower his head with a trace of panic on his face. Old Black hurriedly explained, Young Master Qin, my young master was afraid of offending you, so he didn't say anything. Am I that scary? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched as he laughed. Yes. Yun Zifeng nodded instinctively, but then his expression changed as he hurriedly shook his head. No. I didn't say you were scary. I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous, I can see that. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. He was a little depressed to be able to scare an adult to such an extent that he couldn't even speak properly. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Yun Zifeng repeatedly apologized. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand as he took out a few Sky Sun spirit pills and threw them to them. Thank you. Yun Zifeng was slightly taken aback as he hurriedly grabbed the pills and thanked him again. Chapter 3493. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but rub his forehead. Although he had the sovereign divine weapon and the slaughter domain, he didn't seem to have done anything outrageous. Was there a need to be so afraid of him? It was true. Even he himself did not know when his face could scare a living person to this extent. Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Zifeng and said, Zhang Chuan, Lu Mei, you can do whatever you want with them, but leave He Tian to me. Sure. Yun Zifeng nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to He Tian and asked with a faint smile, do you want to live? Yes. He Tian nodded without hesitation. His arrogant attitude from before had completely disappeared. Just like Yun Zifeng, he was so scared that he was trembling. Good. You'll answer whatever I ask you. If you hesitate, don't blame me for being merciless. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment before asking, first question, have any strangers come to your He family recently? Yes. He Tian nodded. Strangers? Yun Zifeng and Old He were stunned. They pricked up their ears to listen. Qin Feiyang asked, have you seen these people before? No. He Tian shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, I think it's these people who gave you the courage to say that the Yun family will disappear from the southern continent. That's right. Although I don't know their identities, I heard from my father that these people are very powerful. Not only can they help us deal with the Yun family, but they can also help us take control of the deity's Templar and the sovereign divine weapon. He Tian didn't dare to hide the truth. What? They really want to make a move on our Yun family? Yun Zifeng and Old He looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. What kind of existence could give the He family such confidence? Although the Yun family hadn't developed as well as the He family, it wouldn't be easy to destroy them. Qin Feiyang said, what else? Did they say they want to deal with me? Deal with you? He Tian was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said, I didn't say that. Qin Feiyang remained silent for a while before smiling. I don't think you're qualified to know this. Second question, when is your He family going to make a move against the Yun family? According to father, we'll make our move once those big shots have recovered from their injuries. He Tian thought for a moment and said. Then, do you know how they got injured? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. He Tian shook his head. You don't know, but I do. I was the one who destroyed their bodies. They are my mortal enemies. Your He clan actually colluded with them. It seems that I am still too benevolent and did not let you feel despair. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. They are your mortal enemies? He Tian looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly said, my He clan didn't know about this at all. Why don't you let me go? I'll tell my father and the others to stay away from those people. How did it become like this? The people who came to look for the He clan were the mortal enemies of this ferocious person. Wouldn't working with these people be making an enemy out of Qin Feiyang? You don't know, but your He clan's old ancestor definitely knows. However, I do need you to go back and help me pass a message to your He clan's old ancestor. Qin Feiyang smiled. Please tell me. He Tian quickly smiled. As long as he could leave this place alive, he would listen to anything. As for whether he would follow Qin Feiyang's instructions when he returned to the clan, it would depend on his mood. Qin Feiyang sized He Tian up and revealed a smile. He Tian also smiled apologetically. However, when he saw the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Last question. Where are those strangers staying in your He clan? Qin Feiyang asked. The back of the mountain. He Tian replied. Not bad. You are very honest. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Of course, of course. He Tian nodded. His head was hanging on the edge of a blade. How could he not be honest? Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands. A puppet seal appeared and entered He Tian's head at lightning speed, forcefully controlling him. What did you do to me? He Tian was shocked. Nothing much. I just controlled you. As long as you are obedient, I will consider removing my control over you. Now, you can go back. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. He Tian's face turned pale. He thought he could escape safely, but he didn't expect his life to still be in the other party's hands. Qin Feiyang said, "Do you need me to send you back?" No, no. He Tian quickly waved his hand and rose to the sky. He didn't even look back. Yun Zifeng was stunned. He turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, "You really let him go?" "Young master, don't talk too much." Old He and the others' faces changed when they heard that. They quickly reprimanded him. Yun Zifeng's eyes trembled when he heard that. He quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, "I don't mean anything. I'm just asking. As long as you are happy." Qin Feiyang was about to answer when he heard Yun Zifeng's words. He was speechless to the extreme. If you say that I am angry now, you can be so afraid. But do I look angry now? What are you afraid of with such a kind face? Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. He looked at them and said, "If you have any questions, just ask." No, no. They quickly waved their hands. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Do you have to force me to talk to you with a straight face?" No, we don't dare. They panicked and quickly waved their hands. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky, speechless. He waved his hand and said, "You can go." He originally wanted to talk to these people, but now it seemed that there was no way to talk normally. He might as well go find the Yun clan's old ancestor. Yun Zifeng and the others looked at each other and cupped their hands. "Then we won't disturb you." After saying that, they hurriedly ran away. Qin Feiyang pointed at Zhang Chuan and Yun Zifeng, speechless. "Don't you want the two of them?" Yun Zifeng was stunned. He turned to look at Zhang Chuan and Yun Zifeng and nodded. "Yes, yes, yes." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the barrier disappeared. Zhang Chuan and Yun Zifeng immediately turned and ran. "Still want to run?" A murderous intent flashed in Old He's eyes. He rushed over at lightning speed and grabbed the two. "Thank you, Qin Dage. This little brother will never forget your life-saving grace. When you are free in the future, you must come to the Yun clan to play." Yun Zifeng looked at Qin Feiyang and said these words. Then, he followed Old He and the others, as if they were running for their lives, and disappeared into the mountains ahead. Qin Feiyang's face was dark. Life-saving grace? He still had time to play at the Yun clan? With this reaction, he obviously hoped that he would never appear again. Headache. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. It was not a good thing to be too dazzling. Swish. At this time, the white-eyed wolf appeared in the sky and looked down suspiciously. He landed in front of Qin Feiyang and asked, "Was there a battle here?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and briefly told him what had happened. After hearing this, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but laugh. "I'm depressed, and you're still laughing?" Qin Feiyang glared at him. "What's there to be depressed about? You should be proud to be able to scare people from the two great families like this." The white-eyed wolf bared his fangs. "I really don't feel proud." Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, "Did you personally hand over the pills to them?" "Of course." The white-eyed wolf nodded, then looked around and asked, "Then, are we going directly to the Yun clan?" "No hurry. I'll meet the ancestor of the He clan first." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Generally speaking, when he controlled others, he would use the slave seal, and rarely used the puppet technique. As long as he used the puppet technique, there must be another purpose. Following closely, a man and a wolf also disappeared into the mountains ahead. Above a mountain ridge, Old Hay brought Yun Zifeng and the others as fast as lightning, and even used all of his strength. Yun Zifeng looked behind, patted Old Hay's shoulder, and said, "Old Hay, take a rest." Hearing this, Old Hay finally slowed down, and then brought the others to the top of a giant mountain below. Yun Zifeng let out a long breath, looked at Old Hay and the others, and asked, "Was I very embarrassed just now?" Old Hay and the others were stunned, then smiled bitterly and said, "A little." After all, the other party was their savior, but they looked at him as if he was a devil. Fortunately, the other party had a good temper, or else he would have slapped them to death on the spot. "Don't tell anyone about this. It's too embarrassing. But there's nothing we can do. He's Qin Feiyang after all." Yun Zifeng shook his head and sighed. Just this name alone felt like a majestic mountain, pressing down on him until he couldn't breathe. Don't worry. We definitely won't tell anyone." Old Hay nodded, then pondered for a while and said, "But we have to report the He clan's matter to the patriarch." Hearing this, Yun Zifeng and the other 4 people's faces darkened slightly. At that time, He Tian would definitely not lie. In other words, what they had heard before was true. This matter concerned the life and death of the Yun clan, and it couldn't be taken lightly. Old Hay pointed at Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei and asked, "Young master, how should we deal with them?" Yun Zifeng immediately looked at the 2 of them, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei's eyes trembled slightly, and their faces were extremely pale. Lu Mei suddenly knelt in front of Yun Zifeng and cried, "Brother Feng, don't kill me. Actually, I like you. I was forced by Zhang Chuan. Believe me, I never thought of lying to you." Zhang Chuan was instantly dumbfounded. Yun Zifeng, Old Hay, and the others were also astonished. This woman was too good at turning hostile, wasn't she? In the blink of an eye, the spearhead was pointed at her man. "Really? Let me go, and I'll serve you well in the future. I'll do whatever you want me to do." Lu Mei's weeping beauty not only didn't arouse Yun Zifeng's sympathy, but he was even more disgusted. He was also extremely vexed. How could he have been so blind to like this woman? How could this kind of trash be worthy of him? Yun Zifeng cries slowly. "Anyway, there's still a long way to go." Yun Zifeng sneered and looked at Old Hay. "Do as I said before. Strip them all naked and hang them on the gate of the Divine Hall." Hearing this, Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei immediately collapsed on the ground, completely disheartened. This is not appropriate. After all, the gate is the face of the Divine Hall. It's improper to hang them there naked. Even if the patriarch agrees, the ancestor won't. Old Hay said with some difficulty. Yun Zifeng frowned and looked at Zhang Chuan and Lu Mei gloomily. He said in a deep voice, "Then hang them in the central square of Yunhan City." This, Old Hay hesitated and nodded. "Okay, after all, it's our territory." Then, Old Hay grabbed the 2 of them and quickly left with Yun Zifeng and the other 4. Chapter 3494. Southern Continent, Central Region. There were 2 cities here. They were called Cloud Han City and 7-Star City. The 2 cities were about the same size and were only 1,000,000 miles apart. They occupied the entire central region of the southern continent. In the southern continent, these 2 cities were places that countless people yearned for. Because Cloud Han City and 7-Star City were the largest and most prosperous cities in the entire southern continent. The reason was because of the owners of these 2 cities. The owner of Cloud Han City was the Yun family. The owner of 7-Star City was the He family. Just these 2 families occupied almost half of the resources in the southern continent. Therefore, many people were born with these 2 cities as their goal. If they could step into these 2 cities, it would be a great honor. If they could stay in these 2 cities for a long time, they would be superior in front of others. 7-Star City. A tall and majestic city wall surrounded the city like a giant python. The entire city had a total of 4 city gates. East Gate, West Gate, North Gate, and South Gate. The city was divided into 5 districts, North, South, East, and West, as well as the inner city. The inner city was also the central city. The He family's territory was in the inner city. To put it simply, the entire inner city was the He family's private garden. Although there were hundreds of millions of people in Seven-Star City, only the He family was qualified to step into the inner city. As for the others, without the He family's permission, no matter how strong they were or how high their status was, they had to stop outside the inner city gate. At this moment, outside the inner city gate, under a big tree by the side of the street, stood a white-haired old man in sackcloth. The old man was emaciated and looked weak. His eyes were dim and lifeless. There was a gray fat cat lying at his feet. It was yawning lazily and its fur was dirty and messy. "There's actually someone guarding here?" the fat cat muttered. There were 4 guards in front of the city gate. They were wearing battle armor and holding spears. Their eyes were sharp. Moreover, their cultivation was very powerful. They were all perfection stage sovereigns. Not only that, in the sky above the inner city, one could faintly sense a fluctuation of the power of law. Obviously, the inner city was like the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. It was enveloped by an invisible barrier. In other words, it was impossible for them to sneak in. The fat cat stretched and looked at the linen-clothed old man. "What do we do?" The old man in sackcloth glanced at the city gate and said with a faint smile, "There's no need to go in. When I came here, I saw a restaurant. Let's go there first." After saying that, the sackcloth old man turned around and staggered away. Restaurant? The fat cat was stunned for a moment before it regained its spirit and chased after the old man. After turning a corner and entering the main street, the place immediately became lively. The shops on both sides of the street were dazzling, and there was an endless stream of people going in and out. The linen-clothed old man didn't look at anything else and went straight to a restaurant 100 meters away. The restaurant had a total of 10 floors. Antique. Above the door, there were 3 eye-catching words, Guan Yu Tower. The old man in sackcloth brought the fat cat into the restaurant. A waiter immediately welcomed him with a smile. "Sir, are you here for a meal or a place to stay?" "Stay in the hotel. Help me arrange a quiet room." The sackcloth old man laughed hoarsely. "No problem, but it's not cheap at Guan Yu Tower," the waiter said while sizing up the old man in sackcloth. His clothes were tattered and his aura was barely detectable. Obviously, he wasn't an expert. "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Plus, this old man doesn't dare to dine and dash." The old man in sackcloth chuckled. "That's different. What kind of people don't you have in this world? Especially some old men and women. Taking advantage of your age to flaunt your seniority. More importantly, people don't dare to hit or scold you, or they'll stick to you forever." The waiter laughed disdainfully and then looked at the old man in sackcloth. "Sir, please don't blame me. I'm not against you, I'm just a little worried." The old man in sackcloth shook his head and smiled. He waved his hand and a pile of divine crystals appeared in front of the waiter. It was like a small mountain, almost occupying the entire aisle. He asked, "Is this enough for a day?" The waiter was slightly stunned and quickly nodded. "Yes, yes." The old man in sackcloth said, "Then these are your tips. The money for the wine will be calculated separately. Lead the way." "Okay. Thank you, sir." The waiter was overjoyed. He didn't expect to meet such a generous old man. After putting away the divine crystals, he immediately ran to the front and led the old man upstairs. After a while, the 2 of them went up to the 8th floor. The waiter led the old man into a corner room. The room wasn't big and the decorations were ordinary. However, it was tidy and clean. There was also an independent tea room. This was what Qin Feiyang was most satisfied with. The waiter arranged everything and asked, "Sir, what do you want to eat?" "Ask it." The old man in sackcloth pointed at the big fat cat beside him and said. He walked to the window alone and opened it. There was a hint of surprise on his face. Standing in front of the window, he could actually see the inner city gate clearly. Not bad. At the same time, the waiter looked at the big fat cat and was stunned. He didn't even notice that there was a pet. He then smiled and said, "That, kitty, what do you want to eat?" "Of course, good wine and good food. Remember, it must be the best wine." The big fat cat's eyes lit up and said with anticipation, "Okay." The waiter nodded and shouted before he turned and strode away. The old man in sackcloth turned to look at the big fat cat and said, "I'm going to take a look at the He family. Don't disturb me." "Ah." The big fat cat was stunned. "I don't need to go myself. Someone will go for me." The old man in sackcloth chuckled and walked into the tea room. He sat beside the tea table and slowly closed his eyes as if he was resting. "Someone will go for us?" The big fat cat looked at the old man in sackcloth in astonishment. What did he mean? Suddenly, it slapped its head and scolded, "What a pig brain. Don't we have the puppet art?" That's right. This man and cat were Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. With their current cultivation, it wasn't difficult for them to find out the location of the He family. Therefore, after understanding the situation in Seven Star City, they rushed here. Inner City. Just like the imperial palace of the great Qin Empire, there were many halls and it was magnificent. No. To be exact, it was bigger and more magnificent than the imperial palace of the great Qin Empire. On a small winding path, a purple-clothed youth walked alone with his head lowered. His face was filled with distress. This person was He Tian. He originally wanted to plot against Yun Zifeng, but he didn't expect that someone would appear. Not only did he not get rid of this mortal enemy, but his life had also fallen into the hands of others. What was more terrifying was that this person was the infamous Qin Feiyang. What should he do? How could he break free from the control? He couldn't be controlled by the other party forever. As a disciple of the He family, he definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Let's find Father. Father should have a way. He Tian quickened his pace and walked towards a magnificent hall in the depths. Wait. Didn't Qin Feiyang ask me to pass a message to the old ancestor? He didn't seem to want to pass a message. Who cares? I'll just break free from the control first. About 100 breaths later, He Tian walked to the front of the hall. The door was half closed and there were 4 guards outside. "Greetings, young master." When the 4 guards saw He Tian, they hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Where's Father?" He Tian asked. "The family head is inside." One of the guards pointed at the hall. He Tian took a deep breath and strode into the main hall. He immediately saw a middle-aged man sitting in front of a tea table, ignoring the tea on the table. His brows were furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. "Father." He Tian walked in front of the middle-aged man and bowed. The middle-aged man was stunned. He raised his head and looked at He Tian. A doting smile appeared on his face as he asked, "Why didn't you cultivate in the temple? Why did you come back?" He Tian hesitated for a while and suddenly knelt on the ground. He shouted, "Father, save me." The middle-aged man was shocked. He stood up and asked, "What's the situation?" "I'm being controlled." He Tian said. "What?" The middle-aged man's expression changed. He said angrily, "Who has the guts to control my son?" He Tian stammered. His face was filled with fear. "Speak, who is it?" He Qinggang said angrily. He is Qin Feiyang." He Tian gritted his teeth and gathered his courage to shout at He Qinggang. "Qin Feiyang?" He Qinggang's expression froze. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He asked, "Aren't you at the temple? How did you meet him? And why is he controlling you?" "My He family has never had any disputes with him." Did you do something to offend him? He Tian's face was pale and he was flustered. Even his father was afraid of this Qin Feiyang. Because, based on his father's character, if it was someone else who dared to control his son, he would definitely bring people to seek justice. But now, his father's first reaction was not to take revenge for him but to reprimand him. What did this mean? It meant that his father was also afraid of Qin Feiyang. Tell me now. Or I'll kill you. He Qinggang roared. It's like this. He Tian's body and mind trembled. He hurriedly explained the situation in detail. Bastard. After hearing this, He Qinggang did not comfort He Tian. Instead, he became even angrier. He raised his hand and slapped He Tian hard on the face. He Tian was sent flying. The teeth in his mouth were broken and blood splattered on the ground. Father, please spare my life. He Tian ignored the pain and crawled up, kneeling on the ground and begging. Spare your life? Do you know how much trouble you've brought to my He family? Although those mysterious big shots have indeed agreed to help us deal with the Yun family, their injuries have not healed yet. Now you've gone to provoke Yun Zifeng. You've gotten carried away. The most hateful thing is that you actually told all these things to Qin Feiyang. Do you know what kind of disaster this will bring to our He family? He Qinggang's face was filled with anger. If not for the fact that he was his biological son, he would have slapped him to death. Chapter 3495. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Father, please save me. He Tian cried. If this went on, he would break down. He had hoped that his father would comfort him so that he would feel better. However, he had never expected to be scolded and berated. Useless unfilial son. He Qinggang snorted and took out the sacred voice transmission stone. Soon, an elder with white hair appeared. He was wearing a black robe. Although he was in his 70s or 80s, his body was strong and he exuded the aura of a king. Old ancestor. He Qinggang bowed respectfully. What's wrong? The elder looked at He Qinggang calmly. He Qinggang said respectfully, Old ancestor, there's an urgent matter that requires your attention. It's best that you come immediately. It's related to Qin Feiyang. The old ancestor of the He family didn't pay much attention to it at first. However, when he heard the name Qin Feiyang, his eyes narrowed. Immediately after, he stood up and opened a space-time portal. He landed in front of He Qinggang. Looking at He Tian, who was kneeling at the side, the old ancestor of the He family raised his eyebrows. Then, he put away the sacred voice transmission stone and asked He Qinggang, what's the urgent matter? He Qinggang sighed and told him what had happened to He Tian. What? The old ancestor of the He family was shocked. He looked at He Tian and said angrily, are you crazy? How dare you tell Qin Feiyang about those lords? Old ancestor, I'm sorry. But I had no choice. If I didn't tell him, he would have killed me. He Tian said anxiously. The old ancestor of the He family was so angry that his body was trembling. He glared at He Qinggang and shouted, this is the good son that you taught. The entire plan was ruined by him. Old ancestor, please calm down. He's just a child after all. Furthermore, the person he's facing is Qin Feiyang. We all know of Qin Feiyang's abilities. Even we feel reverence toward him, much less a child like him. He's just unlucky. He Qinggang sighed. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't hurt its cubs. Therefore, he pleaded for He Tian in the face of the old ancestor's anger. He's still a child. He Qinggang, how can you still have the face to say this? Look at Qin Feiyang, then look at Madman Mo. Which one of them isn't younger than your son? But look at their current achievements. Can your son compare to them? Your good-for-nothing son isn't even fit to carry their shoes. The He clan's old ancestors' eyes were filled with rage. Yes, yes, yes. He Qinggang nodded. The old ancestor was clearly enraged and could not continue to go against him. Otherwise, even he, the current patriarch of the He clan, would not be able to withstand the old ancestor's anger. Needless to say, He Tian, who was beside him, was so scared that he cowered there, not daring to move an inch. Sigh. The He clan's old ancestor sighed and looked at He Qinggang. This old man doesn't want my He clan's descendants to be compared to Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo, but at least they won't be too stupid. He Qinggang said, I will do my best to teach them in the future. Forget it. This old man knows better than you how capable our descendants are. The He clan's old ancestor waved his hand and turned to look at He Tian. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, even if this old man has the ability to remove Qin Feiyang's control over him, I can't do that now. Why? He Qinggang was puzzled. He Tian was also puzzled. The He clan's old ancestor said, because once you remove his control, it will be equivalent to admitting to Qin Feiyang that we have joined forces with those mysterious people. He Qinggang said, but doesn't he already know that we have joined forces with those mysterious people? He knows, but we can still explain. Because he doesn't know whether we joined forces with them willingly or were forced to do so. The He clan's old ancestor sneered and continued, whether we joined forces with them willingly or not, only we know in our hearts. Qin Feiyang can only guess. How about this? Send someone to look for Qin Feiyang. When you find him, tell him that we were forced to join forces with those mysterious people because we had no other choice. Is there any point to that? He Tian mumbled. What do you know? This is called a stalling tactic. Appease Qin Feiyang first. If he knows that we willingly joined forces with those mysterious people, he will definitely attack the He clan. Do you have the ability to fight against Qin Feiyang's 2 sovereign divine weapons? The He clan's old ancestor shouted angrily. He Tian shrank his neck and immediately fell silent. He didn't dare to utter another word. He Qinggang pondered for a while and then gave him a thumbs up. He smiled and said, Old ancestor, you are wise. Stall Qin Feiyang first. When those people recover from their injuries, we will set up a death trap and lure Qin Feiyang here. At that time, we can eliminate the source of trouble and eliminate all future troubles. That's right. If you can really find him, you can also tell him that we are willing to cooperate with him to eliminate those mysterious people. As long as we can gain his trust, it will be much easier to set up a trap to kill him in the future. The He clan's old ancestor smiled coldly, looking like a scheming old fox. Okay. He Qinggang nodded and then looked at He Tian and asked, what did you say Qin Feiyang asked you to tell us? However, at this time, He Tian lowered his head and didn't speak. His eyes were extremely strange. He asked you a question. He Qinggang shouted. He Tian slowly raised his head and looked at the two of them. There was no longer fear on his face. Instead, it was replaced by a look of mockery. He Qinggang and He Tian looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. He Tian laughed and said, Old ancestor, you are indeed the old ancestor. You are so good at scheming against others. He Tian, what did you say? He Qinggang hurriedly shouted. However, He Tian turned a deaf ear to him. He looked at the He clan's old ancestor and said with a smile, although those mysterious people are scary, I am not to be trifled with. The Blood Hall is a bloody example. It seems that the He clan wants to follow in the footsteps of the Blood Hall. The He clan's old ancestor's pupils shrank. He Qinggang was also bewildered. What the hell was going on? Why did this child suddenly seem like a different person? This is just the beginning. The show will start slowly. Be prepared. After He Tian finished speaking, a destructive aura rushed out from his body and he exploded in the main hall. He Qinggang and He Tian didn't expect this scene at all. The entire main hall was destroyed in an instant. Terrifying shockwaves rolled out in all directions. The guards outside were in a complete mess. Their eyes were filled with shock. What was going on? Fortunately, their cultivation was relatively strong. Otherwise, He Tian's self-explosion would be enough to kill them instantly. Even the people outside of the 4 great districts could hear the loud explosion and the destructive shockwaves of the explosion. At this time, Qin Feiyang, who was sitting beside the tea table, slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of a smile in his eyes. White-eyed Wolf was drinking and eating when he heard the explosion. He looked out of the window and saw Qin Feiyang walking out of the tea room. He asked, "You did this? What else could it be?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and walked to the opposite side of White-eyed Wolf. He picked up a wine pot and took a sip. This puppet technique is really convenient. White-eyed Wolf bared his teeth and asked, "What is the attitude of the He clan? Isn't it obvious?" Qin Feiyang looked at him helplessly, walked to the window, and looked at the chaotic inner city. Actually, even if the He clan's position was not to help either side, he wouldn't do this. But unfortunately, the He clan had chosen the dragons and was even prepared to set up a trap to kill him. Of course, he wouldn't be polite. On the other side, Cloud Han City. Similarly, in a large hall, Yun Zifeng, Old Black, and the other 4 stood in the middle of the hall with their heads lowered. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Above them, a middle-aged man in white sat upright. His body was slender and thin, and his temperament was refined. However, there was a trace of anger on his face. Cough, cough. Yun Zifeng coughed dryly, and couldn't hold it in any longer. He raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man in white and said, "Father, if you want to scold me, then scold me. I'm already mentally prepared." Hearing this, the middle-aged man in white's face immediately darkened. Yun Zifeng said again, "Why don't you beat me up and vent your anger?" "Brat, I really want to beat you up." The middle-aged man in white angrily scolded, and said, "Look at you, you're my son, Yun Guanghui's son, and you're actually being played around by a woman. Tell me, aren't you a coward? Father, don't hit people in the face, don't expose people's shortcomings. You're too hurtful." Yun Zifeng said angrily. "If you're afraid of being talked about, then don't give others something to use against you. You still have the nerve to hang them in the central square. Do you think you're humiliating them by doing this? This is humiliating yourself." Yun Guanghui glared at Yun Zifeng, then looked at Old Black and the others and said, "You guys, immediately go to the square and kill them, and find a place to bury them." "Yes." The few of them replied respectfully, then turned around and left quickly. "I haven't vented my anger yet." Yun Zifeng looked at Yun Guanghui unhappily. "Scram. Immediately, scram as far as you can." Yun Guanghui pointed outside and shouted. Yun Zifeng pursed his lips and turned to walk outside, muttering, "Fine, I'll scram. But don't say that I didn't tell you about Qin Feiyang in advance." "Qin Feiyang?" Yun Guanghui was slightly stunned, then quickly shouted, "Stop, what did you just say?" Yun Zifeng stopped and looked at Yun Guanghui. "Didn't you tell me to scram? Brat, are you really itching for a beating?" Yun Guanghui stepped in front of Yun Zifeng and said fiercely. Yun Zifeng chuckled and sighed, "Father, you don't know, but this time, I was able to escape from death because of this Qin Feiyang." "Speak clearly." Yun Guanghui looked at him with a somewhat heavy expression. "You don't have to be so nervous. This Qin Feiyang is actually quite a good person." Yun Zifeng also recounted the situation back then in detail. "What? The He family wants to attack the Yun family?" Yun Guanghui was shocked. "Although I'm not a good person, I've never lied to you. It's said that the He family has the help of a group of mysterious people. I heard Qin Feiyang mention at the beginning that they seem to be some kind of dragons. I'm guessing that they should be the mysterious force that has been chasing after Qin Feiyang in the eastern and western continents recently." Yun Zifeng said. Chapter 3496. "I've heard about this as well." Yun Guanghui nodded. "Then, who do you think has a higher chance of winning?" Yun Zifeng asked. "We all know about Qin Feiyang's methods. 2 sovereign divine weapons, slaughter domain, and his own terrifying talent. It can be said that he has the qualifications to dominate the sky cloud realm." Yun Guanghui pondered as he spoke. His talent is indeed terrifying. He has already comprehended the karma law's supreme profundity. Yun Zifeng nodded. What? He comprehended the karma law's supreme profundity? Yun Guanghui looked at Yun Zifeng in surprise. Yes. I saw it with my own eyes. It's terrifying. Yun Zifeng's face was full of envy. Incredible. The karma law's supreme profundity. Even if he doesn't open the slaughter domain or use the sovereign divine weapon, he can still crush most perfect sovereigns. Yun Guanghui was amazed. How could there be such a terrifying monster in this world? Crush perfect sovereigns? Isn't that too exaggerated? After all, there's a difference of a small realm. Yun Zifeng said. What do you know? The supreme profundity of a supreme law can kill enemies of a higher realm. Yun Guanghui rolled his eyes and continued, we all know about Qin Feiyang's methods. As for that mysterious force, although we don't know much about them, according to our spies in the eastern continent, they seem to have many sovereign divine weapons. Many? Yun Zifeng was stunned and asked suspiciously, how many is a lot? How would I know? I didn't see it with my own eyes. However, from the fact that Qin Feiyang and the others didn't dare to confront this force directly, we can see that they are also afraid of this force. Therefore, if we're talking about winning or losing, this mysterious force should have a higher chance of winning. However, we can't look at Qin Feiyang with ordinary eyes. Therefore, it's really hard to predict who will win or lose. Yun Guanghui shook his head. If that's the case, then we can't choose a side? Yun Zifeng frowned. Choose a side? Yun Guanghui was stunned and looked at Yun Zifeng in confusion. Yeah. The He clan has already colluded with those mysterious people to attack our Yun clan. That's just a matter of time. We can't just sit here and wait for death, right? Either we cooperate with those mysterious people, or we cooperate with Qin Feiyang. There is no third path. Yun Zifeng said. Yun Guanghui looked at Yun Zifeng in astonishment. Yun Zifeng had actually thought of this. Not bad. It seemed that he had underestimated this son of his. After pondering for a while, Yun Guanghui shook his head and said, neither of these paths is easy to take. That's for sure. Yun Zifeng nodded. The He family had already cooperated with those mysterious people, so if the Yun family went to look for the mysterious people now, the He family would definitely take the lead. In other words, at that time, their Yun family would most likely become a subsidiary of the He family. If that was really the case, then the Yun family would never have the chance to rise again. Once they became a subsidiary of the He clan, the Yun clan would lose control of the other half of the Dominator weapon. The most important thing was that if they cooperated with that mysterious force, they would definitely suffer Qin Feiyang's revenge. The Yun family did not have the ability to face Qin Feiyang's anger. As for cooperating with Qin Feiyang, it was tantamount to declaring war on that mysterious force. If Qin Feiyang won in the end, that would be good. But if Qin Feiyang lost, then the Yun family would be buried with him. Both choices were very risky. I'll report this matter to the ancestor first and see what he thinks, Yun Guanghui rubbed his forehead and said. Yun Guanghui rubbed his forehead. Then, he patted Yun Zifeng's shoulder and said with a smile, no matter what, this time, you have done a great service by accident. When the time comes, I will report this to the ancestor and give you a reward. It's no big deal. Yun Zifeng waved his hand and smiled proudly. Yun Guanghui rolled his eyes at him. Just as he was about to leave, old He rushed back alone. What's wrong? The father and son looked at him suspiciously. Old He took a deep breath, looked at the father and son, and said excitedly, Patriarch, young master, just a while ago, something big happened in 7-Star City. What big thing made you so excited? Yun Zifeng smiled. Old He said, according to the spies we arranged in the He family, He Tian self-destructed in front of He Qinggang and the ancestor of the He family. What? Self-destructed? Yun Zifeng was stunned, then laughed and said, this is indeed a joyous occasion. Shut up. Yun Guanghui glared at him and asked Old He, is the news true? It's true. Old He nodded. What's going on? Why would He Tian self-destruct in front of He Qinggang? This doesn't make sense. Even if He Tian made a mistake, with He Qinggang's love for him, he wouldn't have forced him to self-destruct. Yun Guanghui frowned. There must be another reason. When Yun Zifeng and Old He heard this, they were slightly stunned. That's right, why would he self-destruct? Could it be, suddenly? The two of them looked at each other, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. What did you think? Yun Guanghui looked at the two of them suspiciously. When He Tian left, Qin Feiyang used a kind of control secret technique to control him. So we were thinking, could He Tian's strange self-destruction have something to do with Qin Feiyang? Yun Zifeng said. Hearing this, Yun Guanghui's pupils shrank. He could actually control him to self-destruct. This was too terrifying. Old He said in a deep voice, I feel that it should be his masterpiece. This is a show of strength to the He family, warning them not to meddle in other people's business. Yun Zifeng shook his head and said, if it's just a warning, he shouldn't kill He Tian. After all, he is He Qinggang's son. Fenger has a point. The hatred of killing one's son is irreconcilable. I think Qin Feiyang wouldn't be so stupid as to directly use this method to warn them. If I'm not wrong, Qin Feiyang killing He Tian is a direct declaration of war against the He family. And it can be seen that the He family has indeed formed an alliance with that mysterious force. Otherwise, Qin Feiyang wouldn't be so ruthless. Yun Guanghui analyzed logically, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. It turns out that he was already planning when he was in the Een Demon Land. How terrifying. Old He sighed. Yes. We really can't afford to offend such a person. Alright, I'll go and discuss with the ancestor first. You guys also pass down the order, tell everyone in the family to be more down-to-earth during this period of time. If anyone dares to provoke Qin Feiyang outside, then don't blame me for being merciful. After saying this, Yun Guanghui turned and left quickly. Father is also anxious this time. Yun Zifeng said with a smile. Qin Feiyang and that mysterious force have come to the southern continent, preparing to make this the next battlefield. How can the patriarch not be anxious in the face of such a thing? Old He sighed. In the past, when they heard all kinds of rumors about Qin Feiyang, they didn't take it to heart, because no matter how much trouble Qin Feiyang caused, it had little to do with them. But they never expected that he would come to the southern continent. The most terrifying thing was that the He family also interfered at this time. Not only did they want to deal with Qin Feiyang, but they also wanted to attack the Yun family. This made the Yun family have no choice but to start planning for the future. Yun Zifeng waved his hand and said, go and pass down the order. As father said, the people of the Yun family must not provoke Qin Feiyang outside. Okay. Old He nodded and left quickly. Yun Zifeng walked out of the hall, looked at the clear sky, and muttered, I wonder where Big Brother is now. If Big Brother is here, maybe he can think of a better way. Da-da. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. Yun Zifeng withdrew his gaze and looked up. He saw the other 4 burly men running over and asking, did you bury him? Yes. The 4 men nodded. If it wasn't for father's order, I would have let them hang there for hundreds of years. They really got off easy. Yun Zifeng snorted coldly. I didn't expect you to be so vengeful. Suddenly, a hoarse chuckle echoed from the void nearby. Hearing this voice, whether it was Yun Zifeng, the 4 burly men, or the guards around the hall, all changed color. Someone had infiltrated the Yun family? Who is it? One of the guards shouted. Whoosh! A white-haired old man in linen walked out of the void with a big fat cat. The big fat cat was extremely funny. One of its paws was holding a big lamb leg that was twice its size, and the other was holding a jar of wine. It was chewing and drinking at the same time, its mouth full of oil. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the Yun family's land? The four burly men and a group of guards immediately stepped forward and surrounded the man and the cat, their eyes filled with hostility. The big fat cat was eating and drinking the whole time, completely ignoring them. The linen old man glanced at the four burly men and the group of guards, then looked at Yun Zifeng and laughed. When we left, didn't you say that this old man should come to your Yun family as a guest when he was free? Did I say that? Yun Zifeng was stunned. He looked at the four burly men and asked, Did you? The four burly men looked at each other and shook their heads. No. But suddenly, the four of them seemed to have thought of something and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Not long ago, young master did say that, but at that time, he said it to Qin Feiyang. What did it have to do with this old man? Wait. Could it be that this old man was... One of the burly men quickly ran in front of Yun Zifeng and whispered a few words in his ear. Yun Zifeng's face suddenly stiffened. The group of guards looked at each other. What was going on? If you don't welcome me, then this old man will take his leave. The linen old man smiled. Yun Zifeng shuddered and quickly stepped forward to take the old man's hand. He said with a flattering smile, No, welcome, a warm welcome. It is the Yun family's honor to have you here. Come in and have a seat. After that, he dragged the linen old man into the hall. The four burly men smiled bitterly. Young master's flattery skills were getting better and better. Chapter 3497. What's going on? The group of guards looked at the four burly men, their faces full of doubts. Why did the young master's attitude seem like he was meeting his ancestor? No, he was even more respectful than meeting his ancestor. Don't ask. Because even if you ask, we don't dare to say. In short, this is a big shot that you can't afford to offend. No, it's a big shot that our Yun family can't afford to offend. The four burly men said meaningfully, then closed the door of the hall and guarded in front of the door. Hearing this, the group of guards looked at each other. A big shot that even their Yun family couldn't afford to offend. How big was this person? In the hall. Beside the tea table. Big brother Qin Dage, Wolf King, please sit. Yun Zifeng greeted Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, looking extremely reserved. Qin Feiyang sat down and scanned the hall. The decorations of the entire hall were not luxurious at all. There were rows of bookshelves in the corners, and ancient books were neatly arranged on them. On the side, there was an exquisite incense burner, with light smoke curling up. Overall, there was a scholarly atmosphere. Qin Dage, have some tea. Yun Zifeng poured tea and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Yun Zifeng, frowning slightly. Was he really so terrifying? Seeing this fierce person staring at him, Yun Zifeng was even more nervous. His hands holding the teacup couldn't help but tremble. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He took the teacup and took a sip. A jasmine flower fragrance immediately seeped into his heart. Flower tea? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Seeing this, Yun Zifeng hurriedly said, Qin Dage doesn't like it? I'll change it right away. No need. This flower tea is not ordinary flower tea. It's full of spirit energy. I think it should be brewed from jasmine flowers that are at least 10,000 years old. The taste is not bad. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Of course, compared to the heavenly immortal dew and jade dew dragon well, it was still quite a bit lacking. Hearing this, Yun Zifeng let out a sigh of relief and stood to the side, trembling with fear. Why are you standing there? You're the host, and I'm the guest. How can the host stand and accompany the guest? Sit down. Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Zifeng speechlessly. Yun Zifeng was somewhat hesitant. You really don't have to be so afraid of me. If I'm really a heinous person, do you think you can live until now? Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead helplessly. Have you ever seen such a kind-looking villain? Yun Zifeng smiled embarrassedly, but the nervousness in his heart was hard to dispel. It was also quite depressing. How could this person be so resourceful? Not only did he make He Tian self-destruct in front of He Qinggang and the He clan's old ancestor, he even snuck into the Yun clan without anyone noticing. Why did it feel like there was nothing he couldn't do? Alright, I'll stand then. Qin Feiyang said weakly and continued to drink his tea. Yun Zifeng smiled apologetically and asked, Qin Dage, how did you sneak into our Yun clan? Sneak? Qin Feiyang was stunned. White-eyed wolf at the side tore off a large piece of lamb leg and said while chewing, let me correct you. We didn't sneak in. We swaggered in through the gate. Yun Zifeng was stunned. Was this possible? It was definitely impossible. The distribution of Yunhan City and Seven Stars City was the same. The four major districts, the inner city. The inner city was also enveloped by a barrier, and there was only one entrance and exit in the entire inner city, which was guarded by experts. If he had really swaggered in, they would have received the news a long time ago. We followed behind your four guards into the inner city. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I see. Yun Zifeng suddenly understood. Although there was a barrier in the inner city, when entering and exiting the inner city, the barrier in front of the city gate would be activated. This was a gap. Yun Zifeng asked, then why did you come to our Yun clan? Qin Feiyang put down his teacup and looked at Yun Zifeng. If I said that I came here to sightsee, would you believe me? Yun Zifeng's expression froze. Who would go to other people's land for sightseeing? Brat, why are you so stupid? Even if we have something to do, is it useful to talk to you? Can you make the decision? White-eyed wolf looked at Yun Zifeng speechlessly. He had never seen such a slow little guy. Yun Zifeng smiled embarrassedly and nodded, I understand, I understand. I will immediately inform father and the others. You two wait a moment. With that, he turned and walked outside. When Yun Zifeng opened the door and walked out of the main hall, the four men immediately looked at him and asked in a low voice, what are they here for? I don't know either. However, they should have something to discuss with father and the others. Yun Zifeng turned and closed the door, looking at the four men and shaking his head. What could it be? The four men were curious. How would I know? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get someone to prepare wine and dishes. We have to entertain them well later. Yun Zifeng waved his hand. Okay. The four men nodded and turned to jog away. Young master, do you need our help? The group of guards looked at Yun Zifeng. You guys? Yun Zifeng glanced at the group of people and waved his hand. You guys also hurry up and get lost. Huh? The group of people was stunned and puzzled. Get lost to where? Get lost as far as possible? Yun Zifeng said angrily. All right. The group of people laughed bitterly and left one after another. At that moment, only Yun Zifeng was left here. Looking around and seeing that there was no one around, Yun Zifeng took out the sound transmission god stone. Qin Feiyang's appearance was no small matter to the Yun clan. Therefore, other than the people he trusted, he absolutely could not let a third person know. Because in the Yun clan, there were also spies of the He clan, and they might even be hidden among these guards. In less than 10 breaths, two figures descended in front of the main hall. One of them was Yun Guanghui. The other person was a white-haired old man. He wore a snow-white robe and held a dragon-headed walking stick in his hand. He had a somewhat sage-like aura. Father, old ancestor. Yun Zifeng hurriedly went up to greet them. Where is he? The white-haired old man glanced around and asked. He's in the main hall. Yun Zifeng pointed to the main hall and whispered. Amazing. This is the first time that someone can sneak into my Yun clan's land without anyone noticing. The white-haired old man's eyes flashed with a trace of light. He didn't sneak in, he swaggered in. Yun Zifeng smiled bitterly. Hearing this, the white-haired old man and Yun Guanghui looked at each other, their hearts bitter. This young man really couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. At this time, Old Black ran over and respectfully bowed with the white-haired old man, saying, Greetings, old ancestor. The white-haired old man nodded. Yun Zifeng looked at Old Black and asked, "Have you ordered everything?" I've already ordered it. The disciples who were seeking pleasure outside are also rushing back one after another. Old Black said. These disciples who only know how to seek pleasure outside all day, even if they die, it's not worth pitying. The old ancestor of the Yun clan coldly snorted. That's true, but after all, it's the legacy of our Yun clan. Let's talk about it later. This kind of situation can't be avoided by any clan. Yun Guanghui smiled. The old ancestor of the Yun clan glared at him, then looked at Old Black and said, "You guard outside, don't let anyone come near." Yes. Old Black nodded respectfully, looked at Yun Zifeng, and asked in a low voice, "Young master, what's the situation?" Yun Zifeng pointed to the main hall and whispered, "Qin Feiyang is inside." What? Old Black's expression suddenly changed. Inside the hall. Qin Feiyang sat at the tea table, quietly drinking tea. White-Eyed Wolf had finished eating the lamb leg in his hand, but there was still a lot of wine. The strong smell of wine covered the smell of the flower tea. Creak. The door suddenly opened. The Yun clan's old ancestor, Yun Guanghui, and Yun Zifeng walked in. Seeing an old man sitting inside, Yun Guanghui and Yun Zifeng were stunned. After Yun Zifeng turned around and closed the door, he ran to the front and introduced, "Old ancestor, father, this is Qin Dage, and this is Golden Wing Wolf King." The two came back to their senses and quickly went forward with a smile. What a rare guest. Qin Feiyang also stood up with a smile, took a face-restoring pill, and immediately recovered his true appearance. He then cupped his hands and said, "This junior has taken the liberty to visit, I hope the two seniors will forgive me." Seniors? The Yun clan's old ancestor and Yun Zifeng were stunned. He was quite polite. It's fine, it's fine. Sit down, sit down." The Yun clan's old ancestor walked to the tea table and chuckled. The three of them sat down, and only Yun Zifeng stood to the side cautiously. Yun Guanghui picked up the teapot, poured the tea, and said with a smile, "Brother Qin has saved my son twice. Whether it's for me or for the entire Yun clan, this is a great kindness. So, I should be the one apologizing to you. Patriarch Yun is too polite. It's just a small matter." Qin Feiyang smiled. "It's just a small matter for you, but for Feng, this is a life-saving grace. I wanted to scold him before, why didn't he invite his savior to our Yun clan for a visit? It would have been better to show some hospitality and repay him." Sigh. "It's all my fault. I didn't teach this child well. He doesn't even know how to conduct himself. Brother Qin, please don't take it to heart." Yun Guanghui picked up the teacup, stood up, and said with a smile, "I'll use this tea as wine to apologize on behalf of my son, and welcome Brother Qin to the Yun clan as a guest." Qin Feiyang smiled and also picked up the teacup, clinking it with Yun Guanghui. After drinking the tea, the two returned to their seats. Qin Feiyang put down the teacup, looked at the Yun clan's old ancestor and Yun Guanghui, and said with a smile, "This junior doesn't like to beat around the bush. There are some things this junior will say directly. There's no harm in saying it." The two nodded. "I believe Yun Zifeng has already explained the He clan situation to you. Previously, I was in Seven Star City and met with the He clan's patriarch and old ancestor. They have indeed submitted to the dragons, and after the dragons reconstruct their bodies, they will immediately make a move on your Yun clan. I think you should know the consequences of this," Qin Feiyang said. The Yun clan's old ancestor said, "So, He Tian's self-destruction was because of you?" "That's right. I have never been merciful to my enemies." Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 3498. When the old ancestor of the Yun family and Yun Guanghui heard this, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Was this a warning to them? Warning them not to be enemies with him? However, making He Tian self-destruct in front of He Qinggang and Yun Guanghui, this method was indeed terrifying. And it was very cruel. Think about it, what could be more painful than watching one's own son self-destruct in front of one's own eyes? The old ancestor of the Yun family pondered for a while and asked, what exactly are dragons? Dragons come from the Een Demon Land. In the core area of the Een Demon Land, there is a place called the Dragon's Nest. The dragons live in this dragon's nest. Qin Feiyang said. What? The old ancestor of the Yun family's expression changed. Yun Guanghui and Yun Zifeng looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It's normal for you to have such a reaction, because when I entered the Een Demon Land and found out about the existence of the dragons, I was also very surprised. This old man really didn't expect that there would be such a mysterious force hidden in the core area of the Een Demon Land. The old ancestor of the Yun family shook his head and sighed, and asked, then, have you been to the core area? No. When we were chased by the dragons, we strolled around the inner area. Qin Feiyang smiled. Even so, the old ancestor of the Yun family couldn't help but gasp. The Een Demon Land was located between the southern and eastern continents, so he was also very familiar with the situation there. Even with his strength, he didn't dare to step into the inner area because he couldn't withstand the corrosion of the Een Demon power. But this young man in front of him had actually been to the inner area. Just this ability alone was enough to leave others in the dust. Are the dragons strong? Yun Guanghui asked. I don't know the overall strength of the dragons. Because as of now, I have only seen the princes and princesses of the dragons' clans, as well as their followers. But the strength of these followers isn't just a little terrifying. Each of them has mastered 2 supreme profundities, and some of them have even mastered the supreme profundities of the ultimate law. It can be said that once they reconstruct their bodies, they alone will be enough to destroy the Yun family. Qin Feiyang said. Yun Guanghui's expression froze. How could he be so powerful? Indeed, this is nothing. The most terrifying ones are the princes and princesses of the dragons. Almost every one of them has a dominator weapon. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What? Everyone will have a sovereign weapon. The eyes of the Yun family ancestor and Yun Guanghui trembled. This was too terrifying. Needless to say, Yun Zifeng was so scared that his face turned pale. He asked in a trembling voice, then how many princes and princesses do they have? According to what I've seen so far, there are 10 of them. Qin Feiyang said. 10, Yun Zifeng's expression froze. Wasn't this equivalent to 10 sovereign-level divine weapons? 10 sovereign-level divine weapons? How were they supposed to fight? One had to know. In the entire southern continent, there was only one sovereign-level divine weapon. Even in the entire Sky Cloud realm, there were only 4 sovereign-level divine weapons. Even the dragons didn't have one. In other words, even if it was only the princes and princesses, it was enough to destroy the entire Sky Cloud realm. Involuntarily, Yun Zifeng sized up Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Even in the face of such terrifying dragons, these people could still remain calm and steady. This kind of temperament and means was really unmatched. Sure enough. Compared to these people, he, the son of the Yun family patriarch, was far inferior in both courage and courage. You can imagine that even the followers of these princes and princesses are so strong, let alone the higher-ups of the dragons. I even heard that the dragons have a supreme existence. His name is Dragon King, and he controls the entire dragons. I think this person's strength is even more shocking. So I want to know, does your Yun family have the confidence to deal with the dragons? If you say yes, I will leave immediately and never disturb you again. But if you don't, then please think about how you can escape this calamity. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he picked up his teacup and quietly looked at the 2 old ancestors of the Yun family. The old ancestor of the Yun family and Yun Guanghui were silent. What a joke! In the face of such a terrifying dragons, how could the Yun family have the ability to deal with them? The temple's only sovereign-level divine weapon, their Yun family only had half of the control. But if they really cooperated with Qin Feiyang, they would still have to face the dragons, and their future would also be bleak. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf looked at the two and said, "Actually, you have a third choice." "What choice?" Yin Guanghui and Yin Guanghui looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. The white-eyed wolf said playfully, "Give up everything you have now, take your clansmen and hide in the deep mountains and forests. I think this way, the He family shouldn't be so ruthless as to kill you all." Their faces darkened. Giving up everything they had now, how could they do that? One had to know that everything the Yun family had now was exchanged with the lives and blood of countless ancestors. No matter how cowardly a person was, they wouldn't do such a thing as abandoning their family business and living an ignoble life. Besides, even if they were willing to let it go, with the many years of grudges between the Yun family and the He family would definitely not let them off. In other words, it was inevitable to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not willing? Then you only have two choices. One is to cooperate with us, and the other is to cooperate with the dragons. You have to make a choice. Don't misunderstand, it's not us who are forcing you, it's the He family who is forcing you. The He family has the backing of the dragons and will definitely start to expand. At that time, the first target will be your Yun family. The white-eyed wolf looked at the two of them mockingly. For the Yun family, this was a catastrophe that could wipe them out. In fact, the Yun family was also wronged. Because in the past, the Yun family had never investigated the battle between Qin Feiyang and the dragons. They had never even helped Qin Feiyang in the slightest. This was completely a disaster, and an innocent party was implicated. Yin Guanghui and Yin Guanghui were silent. Yin Zifeng naturally didn't dare to express his opinion. He also didn't have the courage to make a decision. For a moment, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. After a long time, the Yun family's ancestor took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said in a deep voice, "If we cooperate with you, are you confident that you can help my Yun family get through this disaster?" Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. This was a good start. Because the Yun family's ancestor asked this because he was more inclined to cooperate with him. In fact, the Yun family's ancestor wasn't stupid. If they cooperated with the dragons now, it would be tantamount to suicide. Because the dragons cooperated with the He family first, the He family would definitely obstruct them. For example, they would force the Yun family to hand over the other half of the control of the ruler divine weapon, or force the Yun family to become a subsidiary of the He family in the future. Although they could protect the Yun family temporarily, with the He family's ambition, the Yun family would be swallowed up sooner or later. At that time, the Yun family wouldn't have the power to fight back. Because they had already given up the control of the ruler divine weapon, what could they do when the He family attacked with the ruler divine weapon? They could only obediently accept their deaths. Qin Feiyang put down his teacup and said with a smile, "To be honest, so far, I am not confident that I can defeat the dragons. I believe you are well aware of this. This old man knows. With your current strength, you still can't fight the dragons head-on. This is not a problem this old man cares about. This old man only cares about whether you can protect the Yun family, or even help our Yun family obtain the control of the ruler divine weapon and unify the southern continent." The Yun family's ancestor said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up like two bright moons, and said, "Give me some time, I can guarantee you that the future ruler of the southern continent will be your Yun family." The Yun family's ancestor stared at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. The old man and the young man looked at each other like this. Suddenly, the Yun family's ancestor laughed out loud and said, "As expected, the younger generation will surpass us in time. When I first saw you at the exchange, this old man already felt that you were not an ordinary young man. As expected, your achievements today are something that countless young people can't surpass." "You were also at the exchange back then?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Didn't you see this old man? This old man has always been sitting in the front row. And that time, this old man was also the one leading the team." The Yun family's ancestor said in shock. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's face was a little embarrassed, and he smiled embarrassedly. "Sorry, my attention was on the blood hall at that time, and I didn't pay much attention to the people from the Divine Hall and Sky Hall. All right. To think that this old man, the Deputy Hall Master of the Divine Hall, was ignored by a junior. The Yun family's ancestor shook his head and smiled bitterly. This was really a blow to him. Sorry. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. At that time, he was worried about the safety of the Sword Emperor and the others, so he didn't pay much attention to the people from the Divine Hall and Sky Hall. These are all small matters. The Yun family's ancestor waved his hand and smiled. This old man doesn't like to drag things out. Little brother, you came to my Yun family personally, which means that you are indeed sincere and think highly of my Yun family. It is impolite not to reciprocate. This old man will give you an answer now. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked at the Yun family's ancestor expectantly. Yun Guanghui and Yun Zifeng also looked at the Yun family's ancestor nervously. Because the ancestor's decision now was related to the fate of the Yun family in the future. What would he choose? The Yun family's ancestor looked at the father and son, holding the teacup, pondered for a moment, raised his head and drank the tea in the cup. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, as long as you can fulfill today's promise one day in the future, my Yun family is willing to be with you, in life and death, in trials and tribulations. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's hand that was holding the teacup trembled slightly, unable to hide the joy in his heart. Yun Guanghui and his son looked at each other and sighed inwardly. This was really a huge gamble, gambling with the fate of the Yun family. However, when the Yun family's ancestor made this decision, they seemed to have a sense of relief. Although the dragons were very strong, and although Qin Feiyang was not a match for the dragons now, in their hearts, there was a very strange feeling. It seemed that, in this battle between the dragons and Qin Feiyang, the final winner would definitely be Qin Feiyang. Moreover, this was the ancestors' decision. They believed in the ancestors' vision. Since the ancestor had chosen to cooperate with Qin Feiyang, then he must have a certain amount of confidence in Qin Feiyang. Besides, it was useless for them to object. And this, under the current situation, was also the best choice. Because cooperating with Qin Feiyang, there was at least a little hope. In short, since he had already sat down and made a decision, there was no need to think too much. He just had to do his best. Chapter 3499. At the same time. The He family. At the back of the mountain. There were more than a dozen courtyards, surrounded by mountains and rivers. At the same time. The ancestor of the He family, He Qinggang, was standing in front of one of the courtyards, his face full of grief and anger. After a while, an old woman in green clothes appeared. How is it? The two of them hurriedly asked. The old woman in green clothes said, His Highness said that no matter what happens now, we have to wait until we reconstruct our bodies. But Qin Feiyang has already come to the southern continent. And he already knows that we're cooperating with you. With Qin Feiyang's personality, how can he let us go? My son, He Tian, has already met with misfortune. I don't want more people to be implicated. He Qinggang was extremely anxious. What's the hurry? Will Qin Feiyang still dare to come to the He family openly? Don't forget that we have a few sovereign divine weapons here. He's not that stupid. You should restrain your people. Tell them not to go out and cause trouble during this period. After saying that, the old woman in green clothes turned around and entered the courtyard without looking back, leaving He Qinggang and He Qinggang in a daze. Is this the attitude of cooperation? When he came back to his senses, He Qinggang immediately shouted. Shut up. The ancestor of the He family's face changed and he hurriedly shouted. If they were already enemies with Qin Feiyang, and if they angered these people, then the He clan would be in a situation where they couldn't even call for help. He Qinggang gloomily looked at the courtyards and transmitted his voice, Old ancestor, why don't we surrender to Qin Feiyang? You, the ancestor of the He family's face froze and he looked at He Qinggang in shock and anger. Why do you have such a thought? Don't you want to avenge your son by surrendering to Qin Feiyang? He's just a good-for-nothing unfilial son. There's no need to sacrifice the entire He family for him. I know Qin Feiyang. Although he's ruthless to his enemies, he's very kind to his friends and family. I believe that if we follow him, we'll definitely be treated better. He Qinggang thought. Naive. You think Qin Feiyang is a match for them? Qin Feiyang only has 2 Dominator weapons at most, but these people all have 1. Think about it. Even those youngsters all possess ruler armaments. Furthermore, they possess such powerful followers. As such, there's no need to mention the power behind them. Think about it, how terrifying is the force behind them? If we follow Qin Feiyang, we will be digging our own graves. The old ancestor of the He clan sneered. He Qinggang said, but these people don't take us seriously at all. I feel that in their eyes, we are as lowly as dogs. This old man knows. However, if you want to achieve great things, you must know how to endure. Bear with it. When they finish reconstructing their bodies, it will be the end of Qin Feiyang. The old ancestor of the He clan thought to himself with a cold glint in his eyes. He Qinggang said solemnly, there's also the Yun family. We definitely can't let them off. Of course. When the time comes, we will kill them all. From then on, the southern continent will be the world of our He clan. The old ancestor of the He clan nodded. The Yun family. Qin Feiyang and the old ancestor of the Yun family chatted happily. During their conversation, Qin Feiyang also learned the name of the old ancestor of the Yun family, Yun Zhongtian. As for the Yun family, other than the supreme expert Yun Zhongtian, there was another super expert called Yun Zhongyue. Yun Zhongyue was Yun Zhongtian's younger sister. She was now the temple master of the law enforcement hall and had also grasped the supreme profound. Although it was only an ordinary law and not the supreme profound of the supreme profound, in the sky cloud realm, it was still considered an existence that stood at the top of the pyramid. Apart from the siblings, Yun Guanghui also had 2 other brothers. Yun Guanghui was one of them. He was ranked the eldest. The other 2 were called Yun Guanghui and Yun Guangfu. The 3 brothers' cultivation was at the perfection sovereign realm. They had not comprehended the supreme profound, but their abilities were quite strong. For example, Yun Guanghui managed such a large family in an orderly manner by himself. There were also the elders of the Yun family. There were many elders in the Yun family and they were all very strong. However, 4 of them were particularly outstanding and famous in the southern continent. Because they were all people who had comprehended the supreme profound, they were now holding the position of elder in the temple. As for the other perfection sovereign realm experts, according to Yun Zhongtian, there were more than 2,000 of them. No matter where this force was placed, it could not be underestimated. Therefore, for Qin Feiyang, when the Yun family agreed to cooperate, it was like sending charcoal and snowy weather, adding to the joy. Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and looked at Yun Zhongtian. Elder Yun, I wonder if there is a young man called Yun Xiang in your Yun family? Yun Xiang. Yun Zhongtian and Yun Guanghui looked at each other, a bright light flashing in their eyes. Beside them, Yun Zifeng's expression also changed. Qin Feiyang looked at the changes in their expressions and asked suspiciously, could it be that Yun Xiang is really a member of your Yun family? The Yun Xiang you're talking about, does he look like this? Yun Zhongtian waved his hand and the image of a young man appeared. Yes. He has also grasped the law of space. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yun Zhongtian pondered for a moment and looked at Qin Feiyang. Since we've already formed an alliance, there's nothing to hide. That's right, Yun Xiang is indeed a member of my Yun family. Qin Feiyang was stunned. That was really the case. Yun Zhongtian laughed hoarsely. Moreover, Xiang and Zifeng are blood brothers. Blood brothers? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and looked up at Yun Zifeng. Yun Zifeng nodded. Yes, he's my big brother. Qin Feiyang heard this and smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, we've also thought about it, but we haven't had the chance to confirm it. Not long ago, outside the Een Devil land, I wanted to ask Yun Zifeng about it, but in the end, he was trembling with fear and couldn't communicate normally. Cough cough. Yun Zifeng coughed dryly and quickly winked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Dage, don't talk about this kind of thing. Trembling with fear? What do you mean? Yun Zhongtian and Yun Zifeng looked suspiciously at Yun Zifeng. Nothing, nothing, you can talk about yourselves. Yun Zifeng quickly waved his hand. The white-eyed wolf said, he was scared silly by little Qin Zi and couldn't even communicate normally. Big brother wolf, what are you doing? Are you trying to embarrass me? Yun Zifeng's expression stiffened and he looked at the white-eyed wolf with a wronged expression. With your trembling appearance, do you still need this big brother to embarrass you? The white-eyed wolf said with disdain. Yun Zifeng's face was bitter, and his heart was extremely uncomfortable. Yun Guanghui and Yun Zifeng finally understood and shook their heads with a smile. This is normal. Which young person in the sky cloud boundary isn't trembling with fear when they see you? The point is, I'm really not that scary. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Yun Guanghui smiled. It's not a question of whether you're scary or not, it's just that your methods are too powerful, making them instinctively feel fear. Qin Feiyang said, not necessarily, Yun Xiang has never been afraid of me. Yun Guanghui pondered for a moment and smiled. Xiang is another matter, because he has been wandering alone since he was young. Whether it is his character or courage, he is extraordinary. When he spoke of Yun Xiang, there was a trace of unconcealable pride on his face. Qin Feiyang said, in that case, Yun Xiang is that monstrous genius that your Yun clan has been hiding? Hidden, Yun Guanghui murmured, and there seemed to be a trace of pain between his brows. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, who told you this? Old Pei. It's him. Qin Feiyang said. So it's him. Yun Guanghui nodded in realization and sighed. Actually, it's not that we want to hide Xiang, it's that he wants to hide himself. White-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang were stunned. What did he mean? It's a long story. Although I don't know where Xiang is now. I believe that on the day the He family is destroyed, he will definitely appear. Yun Guanghui's hands unconsciously clenched, and there seemed to be hatred in his eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at Yun Zhongtian and Yun Zifeng. Both of them had the same reaction. It seemed that there was a sad past hidden in this. And it must be related to the He family. However, since the other party was unwilling to say, he would not force them. After all, this was their personal matter. But there was something he had to be clear about. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and said, when Yun Xiang appeared in the eastern mainland and had some interactions with me, I have been thinking, is he intentionally trying to get close to me? And this matter, does it have anything to do with the Yun family? You met him in the eastern mainland? The three of them were stunned and immediately got up to look at Qin Feiyang. Looking at the three's reaction, Qin Feiyang was caught off guard. They did not even know that Yun Xiang was in the eastern mainland? In that case, it must have nothing to do with the Yun family. Yes. Not long after I arrived in the eastern mainland, I met him. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yun Guanghui tensed up and asked carefully, did you have any conflicts? This, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and smiled. There was a little friction, but it's nothing serious. That's good. Yun Guanghui breathed a sigh of relief and said, Xiang's life has not been easy. If he has done anything to offend you, please be magnanimous and forgive him for our sake. It's fine. Since he's your son, then everything in the past must be a misunderstanding. On the contrary, I have to apologize to him if I have the chance. I've always suspected that he was deliberately approaching me. Sometimes, I really hate my paranoia. It feels like everyone who gets close to me has ulterior motives. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. I can understand. After all, you're facing too many crises. Yun Guanghui smiled and shook his head. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known that he was in the eastern mainland. Do you have a way to contact him now? I've tried. You should know about Tianhua Tower, right? Qin Feiyang asked. I've heard a little about it. Yun Guanghui nodded. There are 2 tower masters in Tianhua Tower. One is called Yuqing, and the other is called Yi Miao. They have a good relationship with Yun Xiang, and they have established a contractual bridge with each other. Maybe you don't know, but Yun Xiang was the one who established Tianyue Tower. But later, Yun Xiang left without saying a word. Until now, Yuqing and Yi Miao have not been able to contact him. Qin Feiyang said. Why can't they contact him? Could it be, Yun Guanghui's expression changed, and his body could not help but tremble. Could he be dead?